The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it. Especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. I really enjoy that intro. It is good to see all of you. Welcome, Arbonauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday stream. It is July 23rd, 2022. It is 7:42 p.m. Eastern, and I hope everyone is here and ready as we are moving on with Oracle of War, as we are in day 24 of D&D with INB. Eberron Oracle of War, The Last Word, Part 3. I am very excited for this, and I hope you folks are as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how all these things go as we continue on, as much as we possibly can, continue on with this campaign. And I am very excited for what is going to be some big-time intrigue tonight. Before we get there, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. You can follow us over there and subscribe to us there, and check out all of the many hours of content, literally thousands of hours of content that we have over on that channel. Thank you for those of you who have subbed, we've had a number of extra subs join up with the YouTube channel of late, so thank you, thank you. !ArvCord is our Discord channel. We've had some new people join up there as well, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between in between screams. Also that. There's a scream, and then people join the Discord. That's how it works. In between streams is what I meant to say. !Arv Tweets, that's our Twitter, where I will always post when I'm going live and about various other things as well. And, of course, the website for this is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is our merchandise area. I will have more stuff hopefully going up there sometime next month is when I'll finally be able to get to and make some adjustments to that merchandise area. It's true, it is called Discord. It's a good point, Arudno. !Arv Treon is my Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel, has been holding steady at 21 patrons, 208 per month. That plus my subscriptions, and you can sub to the channel and get those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. And both the sub, if you do it at a high enough tier, and the Patreon, not only you get other stuff on the Patreon as well, but in addition you get inspirations to help our players, and that really helps us out, and that helps everybody out actually on the channel. So that is very much appreciated. We have some new video stuff and music coming up for new campaigns. We already have some custom overlays, which I've been able to pay for thanks to the support of the channel. So for Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. So any support you folks can give would be much appreciated. And again, that's !Arv Treon, and then I talked about subbing to the channel. Publishing wise, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and of course Greyshade, my Greyshade novel from Athos Arts. And of course we now have a successfully funded Kickstarter, which means that Renegade and Heretic are going to be coming out. We have a Greyshade audiobook coming out, and of course we've got the 5e RPG coming out as well. So that's going to be awesome, and I'm very excited for more with that. And then finally, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, which of course is the way that you can support the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate and devastating war. This is our chance to step up and help, and I hope that we will all take advantage of that as the people of Ukraine continue to fight this war. On the schedule front, we have got Eberron going on tonight. Tomorrow, we have got more of Soundclash The Clampdown, so you will definitely want to be here for that. And then Monday night, it is another Bag of Giving event, a charity event from Brandon Crilly and Mike Underwood, and this one is Brindlewood Bay with Sharang Biswas as your GM. A lot of people were talking about how excited they were for Brindlewood Bay after seeing some of it during the Greyshade Kickstarter finale about a week ago, I guess, a little over a week ago. So that is going to continue or going to start, I should say, the Bag of Giving event. So that's happening on Monday. Then Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle Earth around noon Eastern. And then that afternoon over on GogCom's Twitch channel, we've got Pen and Pixels. And we have got D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Then we're off Wednesday, off Thursday, and then we are back Friday with the premiere of Court of Blades. Very excited for that. It's a Speculate event with a badass video intro some of you might have seen yesterday. And then on Saturday, we have the premiere of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, Session 1 of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which is going to be great. I'm very excited for that. So we got a lot of tabletop coming up, and it all begins this evening. And I'm very excited about that because it's going to be good. Okay, with that said, well, I was about to unmute myself, but then I looked over and saw that we have but 3 and not 4. So something has happened in the great state of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely gone. I'm going to head over there then and reveal that we can't see it very much. We have the windows are broken,
Yep.
and
you're right.
that's the problem. See, is that now what I'm going to do is, okay, I just got a message that says internet just hiccuped here. Okay, so I don't know whether that means that I should start fixing the windows because the internet will unhiccup, or if there's something else. He waits, but knows that in the end he will have to start doing it because this is the only way that it works. I start fixing the windows so that John can promptly come back. So I'm going to start doing that right now because such is my lot in life. No, nobody yeeted Marie. It's yeah. There's John. I called it immediately. John
Actually,
returns.
Trent called it, because we were debating who came in last and whose windows got messed up, and John was right.
There we go. John is returned. That's fine. I only semi messed up Trent's window, so it turned out to be okay in the end. It's now fixed. There we go. Lovely. So here we are. John got yeeted. That was Arv's beard, not John. Well, we are now back with everybody. So welcome to the amazing D&D with Infinity and Beyond players. And I will start as per usual on the bottom left of our pyramid here with one Mr. Trent Sparks. Trent, good to see you. I hope all is well with you. How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing tonight and all that, Jess?
A, it's more of a ziggurat than a pyramid.
It's true. I guess that's true.
B, I saw the trailer for the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Pretty good.
And yeah, I thought it looks, well, I mean, it's early yet because it doesn't come out till next year,
right.
But it looks, they went full fan service-y with the thing.
Promising. Plus, I like Chris Pine anyway.
Yeah, the one thing that really just makes me want to just strangle. So Chris Pine's character is a bard. That doesn't bother me. I like bards. If, however, you've noticed the pendant or the brooch on his cloak, he's a member of the Harpers.
And then he at one point he goes, now then, as a Harper, Trent just exploded. He just burst into flames. No, I'm looking forward to it, especially after the god-awful garbage. You know you're in trouble when a Wayans brother is the best part of your movie. That was the first D&D movie, a disaster. So this one, now, look, how does Jeremy Irons just forgot how to act in that movie? It was just terrible.
No, he didn't.
He chewed the scenery.
No, he did not.
He was a disaster. Anyway.
He was not. How many arch wizards do you know that don't act like that in D&D? He played the character perfectly.
This was the chance to be Christopher Lee, not Goofball Jones or whatever the hell he was doing with it. It was terrible. Anyway, but regardless, I'm excited for the movie. And speaking of things I'm excited for, Trent, tell us who you're playing tonight.
Wait a minute, I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
So there's...
I tried to segue out of it and I failed.
No, I'm going to drag you back in. The idea that the beholders couldn't see them, that was stupid. Okay, I'll grant you that, because they look everywhere all at the same time. But now there was one scene that I thought was really, really great, and I saw that movie 8 times in the theater. So, hush. Anyway, it's the scene where they're at. I don't know if it's the Elfin City. I think. But it's where the mage and the guy from Superman or Lois and Clark, whoever the main character Ridley, where he and the mage are talking back and forth, and they get into a fight, and there's it's kind of the we're not all classist blah blah blah, and that scene between the two of them, there was just gorgeous chemistry between the two of them, because there's a point where he turns around and when he refers to her as mage, just the visceral hatred. But mage, when he said something, oh shit, I almost had to get up and leave the theater because I was like, I'm not supposed to be hearing this. This is very personal for him. I'm not involved. And but very good. However, the whole dimensional doorway thing, choosing a destination by grabbing a fistful of diamond dust and saying to wherever Lorda is, it doesn't work like that.
The really easy comparison here is if you look at the best section, in my opinion, of the reboot X-Men, the really, I think the thing that kind of got superhero movies serious again, that was directed by Bryan Singer, it's the sequence in Congress, in the halls of Congress, where, and I've talked about this before, where Patrick Stewart is talking with Ian McKellen, Professor X with Magneto, and there's that whole scene where Magneto's like, "What are you looking for in there, Charles?" And he's just like, "I'm looking for hope." The whole thing is freaking brilliant because it's 2 brilliant actors. And then you have Jeremy Irons with whoever the hell played the princess in the D&D movie, which is literally the opposite, where Irons is just like, "You will pay for." Pause, gap, truck goes through. Princess is like, "You mean my people?" Pause. Yes, my people. I'm like, did you act with a green screen? What the hell is this? How did Jeremy Irons learn? So, sorry. I'm glad that you appreciated it and people can like what they like. I was not one of those people, and I'm glad to see this trailer looks much better. I hope. Anyway, but who are you playing, Trent, tonight?
And I think that really fat dragon.
I forgot about the fat dragon. Yes.
If I'm right, his name is Embershad, and we had a kobold campaign that we did like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we ran into him, and he almost ate my character.
Wow.
So there's my 7 degrees from Kevin Bacon with a really fat dragon. Anyway,
Right.
I am playing a guy. Is he a guy? Yeah, he's a guy. Named.
Miatanton.
Yes, thank you. That's it. Miatanton Tagashaw DeCanneth. Who and I'm surprisingly, even though the credits don't say this, I am also playing his Robo Good Boy Spanner.
That's true. Well, the picture shows it. It's just we don't specifically note, you know, Tanton, the brain, also Spanner, the goodest boy. I should just add that in as like a really bad overlay, you know, just like, and also this, like a completely different
Make
sound.
sure that totally different tones.
Yeah. Like, and then in
Goodest
crayon,
boy.
I just hold it up in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Oh my
Great.
God.
It's endearing when it's done like
Exactly.
Yeah.
I am very excited to have Trent with us as always, and also excited to have Marie Bilodeau with us. Marie, it's good to see you. How are you? I don't know whether to ask how you're doing just because of things that happen. So I'm just going to say, like, how are things being managed? How are you managing in the world? And who are you playing and all that?
I am managing very well. So it's been kind of some fun party around here where I feel like everything is trying to get in my way not to make it to Gen Con, but I am very determined to make it now.
Absolutely.
Amongst the fun was my car broke down while Carrie was at the vet with the 2 smalls. So I had to go and get her. The car's fixed now, so I can still drive down. And then I broke my foot. That is an unfortunate thing. Seems to be healing well, so fingers crossed I might be hobbling about if I see you. Not that bad. A little bit of ice, a little bit of love. It'll be funny. I have a CT scan on Monday to see how that's going. But my doctor, I talked to her last week, and she was like, how big is this event? I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. Should be a bit of walking.
I warned you.
She's like, how much walking? I'm like, wow, some walking. She's like, do you have
Marie?
an air boot? I'm like, wow. Anyways,
can you imagine being Marie's doctor and just having like, so Marie, how are you feeling? I'm fine. But Marie, your head is on the ground. Like literally it's decapitated. Well, but you know, who really needs to have your head on your torso? You can just carry it with you. Like, I just can't imagine.
That's why I didn't go to the doctors until 2 weeks after my foot was broken.
Oh, God
I get there, she's like, this looks very broken. I'm like, well, that's what everybody else is saying.
In
so
Canada, you have functional health care too, as opposed to what
do.
we have. I mean, down in
We
the
do.
States. So
yeah, I am. It's not my brightest moment, but hey, yay, go foot. So I should be there hobbling around. And on top of that, I took the wrong week off from one of my primary clients, whereas I'm covering for someone else's vacation. So I might be in the corner with my laptop, writing some copy if there is a work emergency. But yeah, so I just did like everything that I could have done wrong to go to Gen Con. I have managed to do it. And I'm a little bit proud of that. I won't lie. I'm a little bit proud. Now I'm just debating which nail color I'm gonna do for Gen Con. So now I'm on to the superior thinking than
Maybe the audience should vote.
Oh.
on what nail color should be used. Listen, you know, that's fine.
Do I have to listen? Then what if they have terrible taste?
You must absolutely listen to what they I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's fine. Regardless of nail color, who are you playing today, Marie?
Today, I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, a College of Swords bard who likes to sing, likes to stab, likes to have fun with her sister as they travel through Eberron and her BFFs as well, and the goodest boy ever. So it's been a lot of fun. Very excited that we're heading to a ball. Like there's going to be, but disappointed I can't have my sword though. The stabbing is harder without a sword.
Yep.
So a bit, there's mixed feelings here.
You'll have to improvise. Maybe shish kebabs will be around, and you can just, just grab them and something.
I can flourish with other things, but so I am very excited to play.
going to be awesome. Thank you, Marie. It is always a pleasure. And yes, you will see Marie at Gen Con in just a couple of weeks. We will be there, actually about a week and a half-ish, roughly. We will all be there. I should say, by we all, I mean 3 of us, not Tren. Sorry, Tren. And that leads us to someone else who will be at Gen Con, and that, of course, is appropriately Jen, but not Con, Jennifer Brozick. Jen, it's good to see you. How are you? How's the world treating you and things around you at the moment, and who are you playing tonight?
Well, I did a heck of a lot of walking yesterday because I am a giant geek, and I did go to Seattle Go Fest, and but I wore my mask the entire time, and so did the husband.
Good.
We avoided crowds as much as possible, and of course, we will test multiple times before we go to before we go to Gen Con.
COVID.
Don't go to
Welcome
COVID.
to COVID. Son of a.
Obviously, I'm mildly worried about that, but we'll see. We came home early actually because of things, so that we played the second half by ourselves. But things are good, except my cats are now getting senile, and I am discovering the reason that I look fuzzy in the mirror, in the viewfinder, is because I don't have my glasses on half the time.
That would do it. That would definitely have an effect.
that would do it. And that is also a thing I don't want to think too closely about. Other than that, I will be at Gen Con. I will have a booth at Gen Con in Authors Avenue, the back left part of the dealer's room, apparently, right near the bathrooms on the left-hand side. I can't remember what part, EF, something like that. And I will be running the half mile between the dealer's room and the writer symposium in the Marriott.
Yeah.
Between the 8 panels and my booth. But I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm very excited about it. What else? I'm having lucid dreams about people that I knew 3 decades ago, and I sent the internet off to find this person for me in less than 12 hours. I'm in contact with them again, which was awesome.
Good work, internet.
Lost the Scribe Awards, but the whole honored to be nominated thing.
Yep. Absolutely. We all agreed that that's exactly how we all feel when we're nominated and don't win an award. We're just honored to be nominated. It's 100%.
And the good thing about Marie's foot being broken is we may be able to contain the chaos of us going through the dealer's room.
I doubt that very much.
No,
okay.
I doubt that.
The hope springs eternal, but
montage, Jen pulling along the ground, Marie who's just like, just one more place, like,
I'll have my little air boot on and I'll just be hobbling like so quickly.
The last time it's the one that I remember where everything is and have to triangulate it.
Mm-hmm.
You were so good though. I was impressed. Bigger challenge at Gen Con.
When not at cons, who are you playing in our campaign, Jen?
I am playing Nisiana di Juraska. She is the halfling healer of the House of Healing. She loves the goodest boy. She loves her sister. She's starting to rethink her idea of actually making suggestions to the group because they're following up with it. And now suddenly she is kind of a noble and going to a ball that she's never done before. And they got attacked, and she's very kind of upset about the whole thing. And half of the group wants her to cry, and half of the group wants her to be like furiously angry at everybody. And she does not know what to do. So this will be really exciting.
We need that meme of the girl being like, "Why not both?"
Furiously angry and crying.
And exactly, I am so mad at you. Yeah, I can see it now. But it is a pleasure to have Jen with us, and I am very excited to see what happens with Nisiana today as everyone gets ready in this hovel. But we'll talk about that in a minute. And last but certainly not least, at the other side of the ziggurat. Actually, I don't think it is a ziggurat trend because Eberron Oracle of War is on the top. I do think it's more of a pyramid.
That's not a cube. That is a signpost.
I don't know. I think it's you all climbing the pyramid towards Eberron when you become the Oracle of War. That's how this works.
We're already in Eberron.
You just become the Oracle, though, at some point. Anyway.
We didn't agree to this.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want want to be in
I
war.
do not want to do that.
Moving right
Half
along.
the people
We
I
have
know
a-
are trying to destroy me.
Mutiny.
It's not what I want to do. It is my great pleasure to have John with us, assuming that the internet is not hiccuped again. John, it's good to see you. How's life in the universe in the great state of Wisconsin? And how you doing? And who are you playing?
Well, so first of all, I'm going to lay down my editorial decree that it is a ziggurat because of the steps on the side, whereas the pyramids are smooth.
Fair enough.
Second, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning, which is why my internet, I think, went a little wonky. Hopefully, it will not keep doing that. So far, so good. Once it started or whatever. So
Envy.
Yep, always envy. Trend loves storms.
Oh, yeah, it's a big one. You'd love this. So, B, it's been a week. I just published 2 completely original novels in 10 days in my day job, which was fun. But yeah, good stuff. So to get tying into Gen Con, because the one book that we literally put into POD at Amazon today is going to be at Gen Con if everything goes well.
What is it? Are you at liberty?
Yeah, it's called The Question of Survival. It's the latest BattleTech novel by Brian Young.
Oh, by Brian Young. Yeah, that's right. I
Yes.
saw him posting about that. Cool.
Yes, he is very excited. We're very excited. It should be a lot of fun to have that there. And
Brian will also be
Yeah.
at the symposium, by the way.
symposium, doing a signing for anyone who cares to sign his books, along with Mike Stackpole, Phil Lee. I'm going to try to get Randall Bills to sit down for a half hour. Randall's always a bundle of running around at these cons. You can almost never pin him down, but I'm going to give it a shot. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to Gen Con this year. It's my first major con in 2.5 years, something like that. I'm not even sure I'll be able to know what to do anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the spare time, I edit BattleTech and Shadowrun fiction and Leviathan's fiction for the upcoming Leviathan's Kickstarter. I have to pimp a little bit on August 2nd. So our other IP that has been getting some much needed and long overdue love. Finally, last but not least, because I didn't do it in person, I only did it in text. Congratulations are on the Kickstarter funding.
Thank you.
Well done to everyone and well deserved. So
Thank
I
you.
was glad to be such a small part of that. It was awesome. It was terrific. So yeah. Yes, I'm playing Alarion, Warforged, Starforged, big shield. Looking forward to actually taking my sword into the party tonight, because no one can find it. I'm always armed, and that is one of the best choices I think I've ever made for a character, is that they will never be unarmed. Not that I couldn't do other stuff. Alarion is only 600 pounds and 8 feet tall, and
Exactly.
Crashes through the
got
ceiling.
options.
Yeah, it crashes through ceilings. Exactly. When John explained to me his character concept was Voltron meets Kool-Aid Man, I should have realized at the moment that was not going to be a good combination. For
I didn't
me.
think the Kool-Aid Man would ever come true, but boy, we managed
Boy, did it
well.
ever!
Yeah,
Boy, did
No,
it ever!
don't say boy did it ever. You say, oh yeah.
It did. No, listen, I can't deny it. But it is a pleasure to have John with us. And yeah, there were 2 things I was going to note quickly. One of them was a thank you to everybody currently in this group, because in all sorts of various ways, known and unknown, these folks were instrumental in one way or the other in getting Gray Shade over the line. So thank you to all of these people. I really do appreciate it. I was looking, the last time we had a session, we were at about 14.5 and we ended up with about 25.8 when all was said and done. So we got there. Yeah, I'm very excited for the future of what Gray Shade is going to be able to bring. So thank you to the folks here, and thank you for the thank yous, John. And the second thing that I was going to mention just went out of my head, so I don't remember it now. Clearly, it wasn't that important, but I will figure it out later on. Which means it's time for us to talk a little bit about what happened in our last session, folks. And what happened in our last session was that the King's Citadel arrived at the city of Rote, but not before they had to deal with a minor, small little obstacle, which was an attack which was attempting apparently to kill them before they could arrive at Rote. The party managed to fend off the 2 assassins and managed to defeat them. And at the end of this, there were many things that happened on and off during that fight. But at the end of it, it involved Alarion basically leaping over a car into the roof to smash down through the roof and take out the prone assassin that was lying on top of the roof. That was the end of not only the roof of the car, but also the assassin when all was said and done. And what they discovered was that the assassins who had been there basically had left Sharn with them, obviously had been there to take them out. They were unsuccessful, but it certainly indicated that there was a problem with people who are apparently determined not to let them arrive in Rote, the capital of Brayland. And why are we going to the capital of Brayland, you ask? I'm glad you asked, because there is a special event celebrating the anniversary of the signing of the treaty which ended the last war. And representatives of the 5 nations are going to be on a boat. I believe, as I jump over to the map here, that I do have an image of that, maybe.
On the
He
title page,
said doubtfully.
cover of
Well,
the
it's
title.
it's there too, but I should be able to do it just on this other thing. Maybe not. Okay, well, yeah. So basically, it's that. As I pop this up for chat very quickly, that's what it looks like, and it is on that place that that they are going to be trying to get into this boat and use Nisiana, who is, I wouldn't say exactly hiding precisely, but is definitely playing up noble connections to be able to get into this ball, along with the entourage, which is apparently everybody else, which is not exactly what the intention was. So we'll see how much fast talking gets them in there so that they can get into the Monchelet, which is this ship, which is, as I say, anchored in the harbor here of Rote. Once the party arrived, not only did they do a little bit of scouting, but they also were trying to find basically a place where they could stay and change and have sort of a hub, which would be their place to stay while they check out the city and then get ready to go to the ball. But everything was sold out, and so they eventually found a very 4-star accommodation, top-notch. It was really a terrible Airbnb is really what it was. It's a really awful Airbnb that they stayed in, and this wizened gnome ended up renting it out to them. And so as they were getting prepared to use the bathroom, shared currently with the rat that's running around the place, they were not sure whether or not this was the glamour they had expected from the King Citadel, but they know that they basically have time to get dressed, maybe do very quick shopping, not a ton of time to do that, and then head off to the ball, where hopefully some quick talking will get them into the ball, and where they can, if all goes well, find and thwart a spy who, according to Flamewind, the Gynosphinx back in Sharn, the City of Towers, according to Flamewind, the Draconic prophecy makes reference to this spy attempting to create war and foment conflict again between the nations. And so, no big deal. King Citadel going to a party, trying to stop war from happening. It's just a typical Saturday night, basically, for the Citadel. And so, with that, we are going to head back over to the party. When we last left our heroes, as I mentioned, they were in this incredibly fancy establishment. It's not very fancy. And they were in the process of getting dressed and ready for the ball. Party, what would you like to do as you are getting ready for said ball?
I don't suppose we have time to take a short rest here, do we? Is there that much time or not?
You do have time to take a short rest. You won't have time to take a long one. You do have time to take a short rest here, yes.
Okay, I have to look something up so someone else can speak.
Greg?
Yes.
Can I see if there's any way that I can attach or put darts inside my flute to have them with me?
Not to use to blow out of the flute. You mean just to store them?
Yeah, just hide them.
I would say you can probably fit a couple of small darts inside the flute if they don't search the flute, which they might, because they're very serious about security. But you can try putting a couple of darts inside there. But again, you won't be able to use it. You can't and then dart shoots out. Like you can't use it as a blowgun,
Although we'll talk for another time. But yeah, no, okay, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna ask the others, like, is there any idea that we can get any way that we can get weapons in there? I don't want to risk us not making it in there without Nisiana, though. To my mind, the most important thing is making it in, even if we have no weapons.
How can do you have hair sticks or that you can sharpen, or that you have sharpened?
Do I have what? Oh, hair sticks? Oh yeah, I probably have some of that.
Something you could possibly use as a dagger. So
yeah.
Bejeweled? I don't know.
And I could have like some of the ribbons too could be, used in very close combat to strangle. But
I mean, hat pins and hair needles are nothing to sneeze at.
It's true. I just poked myself with happen earlier today.
I'm
What the
surprised.
While looking at my foot, I poked myself in the eye.
I'm living my best life. Yeah, I mean, I could have well, I mean, if they're fancier, the darts almost could be in my hair, decoratively.
I mean, but you are going as my maid in waiting. They may ask to look at them.
That's true.
I'm just.
No, you're right. I won't risk it. I hate going in there without magic and without weapons, but I'd hate not making it in more. So that will have to be the chance we take.
You may have to improvise and acquire a weapon in the event something happens. You may have to acquire a weapon on the inside.
I think
That
cutlery.
sounds like fun.
Cutlery does a lot of damage.
It's true. That sounds like fun. I am so in for that.
I've healed a lot of cutlery-based damage.
I remember.
I thought she was going to say I've healed a lot of cutlery. I'm like, what? But then she finished the sentence.
Cutlery-based damage.
Certain spoons really needed the healing process.
Spoons, knives, forks. Get one stabbed into a meaty part of the body. It hurts. It all hurts.
Plates can be thrown. Canapes can be used as weapons. Like, there's a lot that can happen here.
Sienna,
yes.
Why was there so much cutlery assault around you?
Have you ever dealt with the soldiers of war who are having fits while in a mess camp? Soldiers of war who come home and you heal them. I've never been on the line, but I've seen the results of it. And one of that is sometimes someone or something will set someone off, a dropped pan that creates a very loud noise. And then suddenly you have a soldier who is taking whatever's at hand, attacking people. And if you're in the mess hall, it's not pretty. It's also very messy. So yes, I have seen that.
I do not eat, therefore I don't spend a lot of time in mess halls.
That would explain it.
Mm-hmm. But
Speaking
fortunately,
of not eating, I am not. Should I even get dressed in this place? Would it get my dress all dirty?
I'm prestidigitating kind of the area here so that I'm cleaning up so that we can get you ready without you getting dirty. So I'll spend a few minutes kind of cleaning up the place, the bed. We'll shoo away the bugs.
be burned.
And just burn everything. And then it will, and then we'll, make some nice smells, the scent of lavender and roses on the air as well. So, yeah, I can help you get ready.
What we could do, make sure that everyone keeps an eye out for a pan full of hot bacon grease. I hear that could be extremely useful in a fight.
Well, any kind of hot liquid can be scalding, and any kind of heavy metal pan can be used as a bludgeoning weapon.
And if you tie two of them together with a piece of ribbon, you could basically have a set of nunchucks. Beat the crap out of someone.
I've always wanted to use a chocolate fountain in a battle, so we'll have to see if there's one of those around.
Well, that would be a poor waste of chocolate.
Oh, you just lick it off the corpse later on.
I see your point, Nisiana. Maybe they'll have a ranch fountain and I can use that instead. Nobody wants that.
I don't know. I might still, I really like ranch, so.
You might still like the corpse.
That much?
Or
maybe
a wine fountain.
Maybe
honestly, a serving tray would do just as well. Grab one.
I just think of aerated ranch. I'm not sure what to think of that at all. So,
as long as it's not carbonated, it's fine.
Are you sure? It might be
Yes,
better.
I'm sure. I'm not saying that I speak from experience. Anyway, so the party.
We can improvise.
How is that even?
I trust you all to improvise with weapons. Let's think about what else we're going to do.
And Valerian catches Marimay's eye and says, "Don't worry, I will always be armed." And the tip of the star sword comes out a little bit and then goes back into his gauntlet.
While you do that, we'll come up with various food items to throw at them. So a deal. And I'm glad that you'll be there. You protect
Think
Nisiana,
of the metal
Illyrian.
skewers
Well-
that meat will be on.
I mean, I am posing in here and in real life as her bodyguard, so it does make the most sense.
It does.
And I will, in fact, hide behind you, without a doubt,
Indeed.
so that I can heal you when you go down.
Well, assuming that Rakshasa is not in attendance this evening, it shouldn't be that.
And your
I'm
dangerous.
still a
magic-
little worried about why we got attacked on the.
And
Mm.
remember, your magic won't work either on the ship, Nisiana, so you won't be able to heal either.
Or summon your spiritual weapon.
Mm.
You can summon a
Most
bottle
likely,
of champagne,
yes.
though.
But I can also, if I have to, I can hide and I can run and I can throw things, but we have a different quest. Remember, we're supposed to find the spy, but not reveal them.
Hmm.
Remember that.
Yeah, not reveal them until we find out what they're up to.
And I don't know how to do that.
Don't kill or expose spy before discovering their purpose. Follow them, I suppose. Keep an eye on them. And then once their purpose has become clear, then it seems that we can deal with them accordingly.
It sounds like we're supposed to kill them before revealing them.
No, do not kill or expose the spy before discovering their purpose.
Well, once we discover their purpose, then what?
Well, then I guess it's up to what's going on, what we decide to do. But once we know what they're after, at least.
We're back to the food fight. Okay.
We report back to Hilar and decide what the King's Citadel wants to do about it. Now that
Maybe Halara will have weapons.
it's unlikely. That does raise an interesting point. It's a far-fetched idea.
Oh no.
But if the spy is in league with those assassins, they may be actually coming for us. Or have compatriots at the event that may wish to capture a noble for some reason.
Well, it wouldn't be me that they were planning on.
Why not?
And yet
Because
they
when
attacked
I'm
us on
not
the
that
train.
important, I'm not that important. That's the
Someone
first
thinks
thing.
you are.
Yeah.
But Lord Jovi, they might go after because he is the cousin to the governor. So maybe we need to
Fair.
protect him.
We should probably at least keep an eye out on him. I'm sure he'll have his own retinue. But yes, if it becomes an issue, then, however, I will not be drawn off leaving you unprotected, even with Maramay here, and that's no slight on you. You are still my primary goal to make sure you're safe.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I don't think. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't think it was by accident that they attacked you, retinue, and you, Nisiana. So we need to be
But they
careful
also
of that.
attacked Tanton separately.
Well, we're all part of your group.
Mm-hmm.
They saw us all together in the car. It was very easy to pick out who was with whom.
Mm-hmm.
And they
If they
sought to eliminate all of us, which was their mistake in the first place.
And if they do indeed if they are indeed part of the Emerald Claw, then it is incredibly likely that they know that we know where something they want very desperately is located. And that makes us very prime targets.
And they also target healers.
That too.
Wonder if any of my family will be there. My house.
This could be interesting if they are.
It won't matter.
Not your house, no.
Yeah.
Didn't you have
Go
a
ahead.
relative here in town?
I don't have a relative in town.
I thought you had an aunt or something. Or am I
people
thinking something
know in
else?
town. I know a lot of people in town. Well, I know of many. We all went to the same school. It's this whole thing where everybody goes to the same school, and then we disperse, and then as we pass through, we know each other. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. The band broke up, but we all know who we are. But it's Mia Tantan that we actually have to be concerned with because of stuff.
Previous entanglements.
Which is why he needs to be disguised, which is why all of you need to be appropriate as my retinue, and my sister is going to take care of that.
I can certainly take care of that. Well, we should get going, like with the dressing here. I guess we've been doing some of it while we've been talking too.
Okay, I assumed.
Yeah. So, Nisiana, you've got your beautiful dress, and your hair is now perfectly done as well. And I added some makeup as well, even though I know it's not your favorite thing necessarily, but a little bit of sparkle.
And I'm about to have a cat, by the way. Another one.
And Mia Tenton, may I please perhaps comb out your beard?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's going to be the main disguise. If we curl it up a little bit.
Are you combing it out or curling it up?
Well, combing it out first to curl it up.
It has to be done. You have to be an appropriate. What is your position with me again?
One of your security detail.
So you're both security, and she's my handmaiden.
Well, if anyone asks, clearly you need it.
Well, clearly.
That's true.
I still think I should cry at Jovi rather than be mad at him.
The image of his beard being like, wow. Like, just, you know.
It doesn't take long.
Okay.
But it looks good.
I was gonna say, are you braiding it? I just
No, I'm trying to curl it so that it softens it up a bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Braiding, I don't want to overtake some of the dwarven cultural ways and step onto their own culture. So I curl it instead, since he is human. So I curl his hair and it's nice and soft, and I've got some of like slight oil that makes it lustrous as well.
Okay.
And it smells of pineapple a little bit. It's very lovely. It's not cheap oil I'm using too. It's the one I use for my hair.
Pineapple on pizza beard? Seriously?
Yeah, it's good. Like none of this coconut bullshit. We're going pineapple.
Light and Passion says Tantan starts purring.
I came back and started seeing something about pickle juice, and I'm like, wait, what?
This is ridiculous. Oh,
I mean, I love pickle juice, but I'm not certain how this is happening in the middle of all this.
I'm going to have to insist that you stop sometime this month.
But it's so soft.
While this is going on, and Nisiana is also preparing, Alarian, are you just like switching back and forth from like Aegis form, like sting? Okay, that works. Sting, sting, form blazing sword. Like, what is Alarian doing?
I did have to do some repairs because I took a pretty hard shot to my armor during the train fight.
Yeah.
So I'm back up to 10 points. So I can get up to half my maximum.
Okay.
And I was down to 1.
Okay.
Takes like 10 minutes tinkering with my tools, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, just kind of making sure everything's working. And yes, making sure the armor is available to be, activated on a moment's notice.
Also a note that all 4 of you have a hero point, by the way. Just to remind everyone that you do have 1 hero point each.
Right. I love it when the GM reminds us that we have hero points.
Very important. I want you all at your very best. Because you'll need, because it's a good thing to do.
And Chad, it's the end of the month, so be free with those inspirations too. Don't hold back.
Although I'm waiting for Trend to be like, at the Adventures of Middle Earth session. Well, see, someone brought up.
Now
I'm not in that game. I don't care.
I know.
Hey, Greg, GM thing. I'm down to 1 of my level 3 spells left. Correct? Everything else is full.
I believe that's right, and yours and everyone I think is full hit points as well. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just down to 11 points of my armor. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
with regard to the hero points, yes, it's great when the DM reminds us that we have those. What I would like to request is that we get notification when the end of this particular section of the module comes along, so that we don't sit there waiting, not knowing when the thing is going to end, so that we know when to use them by.
Okay. Well, you definitely. I will say that the ball is a focal point of the adventure, so I would not wait on I would not
The
hold
reminder
on post
was
ball.
the indication. Right?
Yeah, I guess I did just to be clear. But post, you just don't want him to stick around post dance, is what I'm saying. Like probably.
But I'm going to take the hero point home that I came with. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Having said that, once everyone is prepared, I assume Marimé is also, when not curling Tantan's beard, is also preparing herself appropriately as a handmaiden. And Nisiana is gussied up as much as possible, and everyone is Alarian polishes the armor. I just want to make sure that everyone's like very clear about how they're going to look. Okay, so in that case, I assume. Tell me what the random discovery for Artbox 2.0 is, Rudinell, if you happen to know, or whenever you want to say. With that said, if the party is not planning on anything else, then they can head off, if you wish, to the Monchulet.
We did get paperwork, right, from Pilar?
You did for yourself. That's right. Now you're going to have to explain your entourage, but you did for yourself get documents that confirms this invitation to this fancy ball. Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Trent.
I was going to say, if it's you +1, then you can say, because this is my +1 for security, and this is my +1 for my handmaid, and then go, no, you only get 1 +1. You're like, well, that's 2, so there, and
just a question to the DM. Last time when we did the Kickstarter thing, you nicely told us that we would get an advantage on an ability or saving throw. Is that still applicable?
Technically, I also said that it wasn't going to last past the session for a variety of reasons. But I think what I will say, though, as a compromise, because I certainly don't want to disappoint the players. What I will say is that I will allow. I'll make it basically as a group one. Okay, so so one of you can use that from the group pool. Okay, is what I would say.
That's very kind.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Otherwise, though, the party, unless they have anything else, will set out. And as you leave the incredibly deluxe accommodations and allow the rat to sneak out after you.
Nothing but the finest. Yeah, exactly.
The rat kind of winks as you go by. But as you head out, you notice that dim twilight has fallen upon the city of Rote. The shadows are deepened by the arcane lights that you begin to see as you get closer to the dock. And indeed, you now see that the arcane lights are tied to the ship that is resting near the waterside, the one that you scouted out a little bit during the day. And on the docks, the metallic thread that's woven into the ship's crimson sails glitters as the lights cast their glow over it. On the docks, dozens of well-dressed guests exchange pleasantries as they wait in line to board the ship, where the armistice ball seems to be in full swing. And so there is a line of people, nobles and the like, who are waiting to get on the boat, which you can swing into. You can get into that line if you wish. Also, I will say, just give me 1 second. I'm going to make a note of that link for later examination. Thank you, Rudinell. Also, as you get closer to and sort of fall in line behind the others, you can also tell now that there's more sort of there's something that seems to be different from where you looked at things during the day. So I will allow the four of you to make a perception check for me, please, to see if we know what exactly you've noted.
Perception. I apparently am on high alert
You are.
and very nervous.
perfect. Perfect.
And the one.
Wait. I believe in you.
No, I really want to keep that.
Okay.
No,
But I believe in you.
I love natural ones, but no, I'll re-roll it. Just because this is.
I get to use. I never get to use that ability.
I know, that's the other reason why I'm using it. Why don't you explain to the people at home who are listening to the audio podcast
For the
exactly
ones
what
that are at home, I have a specific ability called Bountiful Luck, which gives me, basically because I believe in someone, if they roll a 1, they get to re-roll it. If they're within 30 feet and I haven't used my reaction. And I never get to use it. And so
And
now
now you
I am.
have. So I go from a natural 1 to another natural 1 with a 2 next to it for 12.
But it's still, I mean, it certainly fits with your character.
I love it.
How much is true.
So we have, let's see, we have got, let me make sure, why is my dice roller not behaving? Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, so we have, let's see, we've got a 12 from Tanton, we've got a 22 from Nisiana, we've got a 10 from Alarian, and a 15 from Merime. So I see the security is doing a bang-up job with all this. But Merime, what you notice, and certainly Nisiana, perhaps of your hyper-awareness, slight anxiety about this whole event that's about to happen notices, is that, first of all, there are now 6 knights on guard at the gangplank. And you might remember, Merime, you probably remember earlier in the day that there were 4 that were a little bit like, oh man, like I can't wait till our relief comes on. Like I'm so tired of doing this. Like they were a little kind of like tired and irritable and whatever. These are 6 apparently well-rested, all attentive people. They look like they mean business, and they are stopping every single person who comes on. And, you know, it looks like efficiently checking, but they are definitely checking some papers for sure before they let them on. They also are right behind them. There is a person who has got a blue robe and seems to be making some gestures in the air as each attendee comes by, and apparently is checking them for something. So you note that. The other thing is that there are a number of servants, some of which you might have seen earlier on, that you can now see are working on the Montulet. Most of them seem to be on deck. You can see even from here that there's one carrying like a tray of drinks to like a group of people that's on top of the on the deck there. But occasionally you notice one of the servants leaves the ship and walks past you and heads to perhaps what I believe Merime told you was this nearby warehouse to get supplies, to be able to grab stuff. So you can see that they have definitely upped the ante. These knights, as I said, are fully armored, all out, and there's someone else behind them doing further checks. So they are not joking around, apparently. And as you are in line waiting, go ahead, Tanton. You wanted to say something?
Did we all explain what we were wearing or no?
No, I was about to ask that now, literally as you come up, but that let me segue into that now.
Yep.
What are you dressed like? Let me start with the security, Tanton and Alarian. What are you dressed like? Tanton, what about you?
Tanton's mostly wearing his usual stuff, but he has almost like a shawl over the top of it.
Okay.
That you can still see like the leather sleeves of his regular armor, but there's a shawl and a very long narrow sash.
Okay.
That kind of goes around his waist a couple of times.
Okay.
That matches the color of Nisiana's clothing.
Okay. Let's see.
Spanner's naked.
And Spanner is naked. Yeah, well, we'll see what they do with Spanner. So there's that. Larian is wearing just Larian stuff, but I assume you're not in full Aegis form right now, or are you, Larian?
No, all I did was take off the half cloak, basically, but I'm in non-armored form right now.
You have the sash too.
Okay, I got the sash.
Okay.
So we'll swap the half cloak for the sash. There we go. Done. That's it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Merime, what are you dressed in?
I've got my pants still underneath it, but I've got this like skirt that's a bit shorter at the front and then longer at the back.
Okay. Yep.
And it's a bit of a plainer wear with the sash that would match Nisiana's look, or ribbons in my case.
Okay.
And I've got those ribbons matching in my boots. It's almost like I want to be ready to like kick people in the face. And I've got my hair worked back a little bit as well with some of the ribbons that match Nisiana's outfit.
Very nice. And speaking of Nisiana's outfit, Nisiana, what's your outfit look like?
I have the outfit that Halar provided,
Yep.
and I'm going to assume it's the white and the red, and the right has. I'm going to assume that he thought of me and my house, and so there's some dragon motif in there somewhere, or healing signs, little button pearls that are, the little fancy details that aren't super expensive but took time to put together. And the accent color is what all the sashes are, with the red basically.
Okay.
And then her hair will probably be in a half up, half down. And she's laced into it like she had to have a maid do it for her rather than do it for herself.
Okay.
But it's a skirt and a top. It's actually not a dress. It's two separate items. It looks like a dress, but it's two separate items.
Very cool.
So that if she has to, she can drop the skirt and run in her.
I had this image of it being like a tearaway skirt, just like,
No,
like
unfortunately,
sweatpants
it's
for
not a
basketball
tearaway
players. You just,
skirt.
like.
But if you've ever worn a corset with a hoop skirt, you can
not with a
actually
hoop
just
skirt,
pull
no.
the whole thing open and drop it down, and you're in your basically pantaloons.
Pantaloons, I was about to say. Okay, cool.
So-
I just want to point out to chat, we did get the word pantaloons used on this session.
Not
so-
bloomers.
No, pantaloons.
Pantaloons.
Very
No,
important.
it's very specific.
Very important.
And it's a court, and there's a chemise, and then a bodice, and then the attached sleeves. Y'all should see my wedding picture.
I don't know about like in Magic Mike, Rudnell. That's not quite what I meant. The tearaway pants, but it is tearaway pants, basically.
No, it's not tearaway. It's tearaway. It's drop it skirt.
Right, drop skirt. No, I got it.
It is a drop skirt, but it's a whole boning system.
Love it. Very good. And as you walk up, there is definitely a sense of excitement that you can tell in the air. People kind of whispering to each other, some of them chattering, happily with each other. And a lot of people kind of looking up, sort of craning their necks so they can sort of see up on the deck. And as I said, these guards looking really no joke serious as people come by. And when it's your turn, the guard who has the helmet back, most of them are helmeted actually, and with the guard down, so I mean just like the mask down, except for this guy who has no helmet on, and he says, good evening, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Armistice Ball. I must ask, please, if you would have your scroll of pedigree.
And I kind of gesture to Merime.
I hand it over.
And he sort of, opens the scroll and looks at it, and he says, yes, I see. This means that all is in order for you. And your, let's see, this would be your handmaid, I assume, and points to, and he says, and then he sees Tantin and Ilarion and Spanner. And his eyes look right at Spanner, and he says, I must ask who these people are, beings?
Well, my bodyguard and security, and this is my good puppy.
And he says, while we appreciate the need for many things, including conceivably at times even service animals, we are not permitting any kind of animal companion, metallic or otherwise, to enter, security being as tight as it is. We do, of course, have a place where this can be kept safe and is continually guarded. And in fact, we would even be happy to give you this writ of reclamation. And he and he gestures behind him, and one of the servants steps forward, and they have literally a bag, and they pull forth one of these things. And basically this writ of reclamation, as he explains it to you, is a sort of guaranteed mark so that no one can take this without you being aware of it. It's magically linked to the item that you would be putting, which apparently in this case is Spanner. And he says, we'd be happy to provide you this writ of reclamation for your convenience.
I look at Tantin, and I just kind of give him the nod, and then I go up to Spanner, and I'm like, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. And I'm just going to let Tantin deal with it.
Okay. And he just turns his eyes and looks at you. Okay, so he gives you the writ.
Do what you're supposed to do. Be a good boy.
Okay, and then do you send him along, Tantin, appropriately with the others?
I would have to take him there.
Okay, that's fine. They
Drop him
can
off,
lead
'cause
you
he
down.
won't listen to anybody else.
Yeah, that's fine. There's like I was about to say, there's a hut there with all the weapons. This is going back to
Oh, no.
this was related to a previous campaign. But anyway,
And
no, it's
bacon grease.
yeah. And
Same
I know.
campaign.
Listen, you brought it up first. No, it is not a hut. It's actually a small house that's like literally right next to it, though, and you can see that there are 2 more guards outside who are also loaded for bear. If you know what I mean, like they are not joking around, or in this case, loaded for metallic dog. So they bring Spanner in, and just Tanton, you just get a sight as the door is open of just like glowing, weapons and like all kinds of things up against the walls and stuff like that. And it's pretty there's a lot of stuff basically in there, and so Spanner's put in there. And then as you go back up, Nisiana, the guard, while Tanton has been led down, the guard has been speaking and has been saying, also one other thing, I must apologize, but you have the gentleman who is one of your security. He is wearing armor, and no armor, I'm afraid, is permitted. Now, this one, and his eyes flicker to Ilarion, I will ask you about him in a moment, but about this, not doesn't say him, I will ask you about them in a moment, but for this one, and now you can see Tanton is starting to walk back up the gangplank, I assume at this point, having dropped off Spanner. He says, the leather armor is not permitted. We do have a changing facility right there where that armor could be removed
Tanton's
and
got
placed.
leather armor on?
Yeah, I think I
He
heard
always
Tanton
does.
describe that.
He does.
Right, okay.
That's what he normally wears.
So by now you're back up, Tanton, and
Yep.
and they can, they're being scrupulously polite through all of this.
Understandable. And Tanton's eyebrow goes like halfway up across to the back of his skull, and he turns to Nisiana and says, "My lady, may I see the invitation again, please?"
And I hand
I
the
just
invitation.
wave my hand in a generic kind of.
Uh-huh.
I hand you wherever I'm keeping all this paperwork.
And so Tanton unrolls it and reads through it. I personally don't remember any mention of not wearing armor. There was
Yeah, neither
definite
do
mention of no weapons, but there was no mention of not wearing armor on the invitation.
And so he looks a little uncomfortable, and he says, yes, well, for newly discovered security reasons, we have asked those to remove armor as well. And he sort of looks very uncomfortable. He's like, this comes directly from the blah blah blah.
And he hands the invitation back. Newly discovered security reasons,
Within the last 2 days, yes, sir.
such as,
We are not at liberty to disclose that, sir.
oh, how incredibly fucking convenient.
And
You
kinda-
expect us to allow Our Lady aboard your... Do you know what happened to us on the way to this blessed event?
And he shrugs. The people behind you, by the way, are getting very interested in this conversation. They're like leaning forward. He says, no.
Aboard the train, we were on board the lightning rail coming here when 2 assassins, 2, were sent after Our Lady. Were it not for the presence of myself and my compatriot in our armor, most likely the good lady, who was extended an invitation by your sovereign, your employer, your whomever, would most likely be dead.
Me, Tanton, please be polite.
Yes, my lady.
Sure.
And so he he says, I am deeply, deeply sorry to hear that happened. However, it is precisely because of these increased security concerns that this has been placed within our care. And unfortunately, I am not responsible for train security. I can tell you that no such incident will happen under our watch at this event.
Is Lord Jovi already inside?
He says, I believe he has already passed by, yes. And he kind of looks quickly at like the equivalent of a clipboard, and he's just like, yes, I believe he's already gone inside.
May I have a conversation with him, please?
And he says, well, I suppose. And and you can see already as you look up that Jovi is there, actually, not right there, but like, at the deck, talking to someone. So you can actually even see him from here, Nisiana.
Yeah.
And so
Well, I'm going to let them run. I'm not going to shout to him.
hey, okay. So they go up and they sort of, what? Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. And comes down. Well, Lady Jurasco, it is a great pleasure to see you. I'm very glad that you've arrived here. What's wrong?
they don't want tend to have his bracers on, and apparently they're going to talk to me about Alarian after what happened on the train.
And he sighs and he says, it's unfortunately most unpleasant. It is apparently, and he drops his voice a little bit, partially because of that attack that this increased security measure has been added.
So
it is
they
most
want
annoying.
to make certain that I don't have as much security?
No, I think they feel that anything which could be provocative may be problematic. And they believe that they have the security in place. And he kind of looks down and he says, I don't know that I'm going to be able to do anything about the armor that can be removed. He said, but as for, of course, your dear friend Alarian, he says, look here, man. And the guard, sort of, yes, sir. Look here. Perhaps there's some compromise, some modus vivendi that we can reach. Certainly, this one here, as you can see, and he points to Alarian, the armor is a part of them, as it were, and certainly I cannot imagine that the nation of Brayland would wish to countenance outright bigotry in allowing some of their guards to proceed on board. Indeed, it is bigotry, my man, that led to the war in the first place. If we do wish this to be not only the last war, but the final war, it means we must not go down that path again. Am I right, good people? And some of the people behind you now are going to be, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And he's like, so, certainly you cannot prevent him from coming on board. Guard looks very uncomfortable about this and just like, well, maybe. He says, now. I understand you have your own security protocols. He says, now, Tanton, of course your security is essential to the protection of Lady de Jurasco, but perhaps, and he kind of, drops his voice a little bit, and he kind of puts his arm around you, Tanton, and he says... And
Tanton pushes his arm off of him.
Okay. Well, he wasn't, like, grabbing you, but, he's sort of...
He's just like, don't touch me.
He says, well, sorry. Well, he says, I might be able to figure out a way to get you this later, but I don't think they're going to let you on right now with it.
Are they going to allow me on wearing nothing but a shawl?
He says, that might be better. You should see some of the other shawls being worn here. He says, but never mind. I always come with a spare, if you will, and I can have my servant fetch it for you. It would be about your size, actually, I think. Yes. I always make sure to do that. You have no idea what happens.
Fat? Is that what you're saying?
I beg your pardon.
That I require two shawls?
You were well-shaped, I believe is the term I was using.
Yeah, Tanton.
Yes, my lady.
I understand you're doing your job, but please, Lord Jovi's doing his best.
He ties the shawl on like a mankini. No, he does not.
I mean, what other option does he have?
Actually, literally, what are they actually telling the Tanton to take off?
So what they just wanted to take off the armor. Just the armor that's
on the leather armor is a full suit of leather armor.
Yeah,
he has nothing on underneath it.
Yeah, they like I said, they have a changing area, but they
have clothes underneath. You wear a shirt underneath.
So you think?
Oh God.
And that was when a whole new, it was indeed the last word. But anyway, they do have a changing area for you if you want to do it. They seem they do not seem, they seem sorry about your frustration, but they do not look inclined, Tanton. They apparently are not joking around. And in fairness, as you look around, you literally see no one else wearing anything that looks like armor except for the guards and, of course, Alarian. But that's
it's
it.
part
I
of
don't
me.
give a damn. None of these people were attacked as far as
I know.
I know we were.
I totally get that. Yeah, I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they offer. Do you go along with that ish?
He very, very grumbly just sort of folds his arms across his chest, bows his head to Nisiana, and steps back.
Okay.
But he does not look happy.
Yeah, no, I don't blame him. So that switch over happens. Again, the nobles behind are a combination of restless and amused, and some of them are just like, well, my goodness, you can't just have him dressed in a shawl. I wonder what the fashion is perhaps in Sean these days.
Madness.
Blah, blah, blah.
Can I ask a GM question?
Sure.
I'm going to assume that we're still telepathically connected. Has that disappeared once we got on the boat?
Not yet, but you're not on the boat. You're on the gangplank leading to the boat.
Okay.
So you don't know what happens on the boat.
If the telepathy drops, I would really like to know.
Okay. Oh, believe me, I will. I will
Okay,
notify
I'm
in just a moment.
I'm just like.
I will notify in just a moment. So that compromise is indeed. Speaking of not happy, the lead guard, does not look at all happy about letting Ilarion on. But basically, Jovi kind of, prevails on him, and so you end up more or less Tantan dressed. Now, this outfit, Tantan, is a little, despite the claim for being well shaped, this isn't quite as well shaped as you might have hoped. It's a little large. So as you're putting it on, you're kind of like, it looks like it's beautiful silk and everything. Like, it looks great, but it's a little large, honestly, and a bit more flowy, perhaps, than you might have liked. And so as you come on, the Jovi says, well, now you look like one of my own servants. Not, of course, that I would ever sort you with them. My servants are wonderful, but clearly, Tantan, you are meant for greater things, to protect Lady de Jurasco. I hope that this is somewhat suitable. I'm sorry, I didn't expect I would have it for you. Yes, please. And
he turns to the guard, leans in, and as though he's going to say it a little softer, but he doesn't say it a little softer.
Okay.
He kind of motions, he's like, if anything happens to her or any of us, you and I are going to have a conversation that you will not enjoy. And he turns, and
the guard nods, and he says, yes, sir, absolutely. Please enjoy the ball. And as you make your way up the gangplank, the minute
What is your name, by the way?
And he says, Jorvald.
Jorvald. I shall remember that.
And Nisiana says, thank you for your assistance, Jorvald, and continues on. And
he nods in the practiced manner of one who has spent many years in customer service, and turns back down to the next person. And as all of you get onto the deck, you notice something, which is that there is a person, as I mentioned, dressed in a deep blue robe. She has dark hair, dark eyes, and looks quite refined and very focused. And as you step onto the deck, two things happen. First, you notice that she waves sort of in your general direction. Now I have to ask, yeah, exactly, hi, no, make some complicated magical gesture. So I have to ask, what does the party currently have on them that might be magical in nature?
My holy symbol.
No.
He's not talking to you.
No. Correct.
For Tantan, he's got his bag of holding.
Okay. So first of all, and the mermaid, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything magical. I just have my telepathy that I'm still
Vials
right now.
of healing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, vials of healing. Yeah, that. So and basically, so it's almost as if they're doing like the sweep of the metal wand, like so and she comes to the spot where she looks quickly at the vials of healing, and she nods, and then at the holy symbol, she says, "Is that visible above your clothing? I should say, Nisiana,
Well,
or is it below?"
I am a cleric of
Right.
Eberron,
So that's what I was wondering about. But do you have it on front? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So she sees that, and she's like, yes, I assume this is for your own faith, then.
Of course.
And she nods, and she says, very well. Of course, that is permitted, but please keep any open prayers that might have some effect on the other guests to a minimum, please. And then nods, and without waiting a response, turns, and then when she gets to Tantan, this thing with
he's already holding the bag.
Yeah, because it's like, like the Geiger counter type of thing, right?
Smoke
buzzing, yeah, exactly. Exactly, and she's like, may I ask what this is?
As if you don't know.
And she says, not my business to know. I could certainly do more, but I'm curious what exactly this bag is. Mm-hmm.
Is a bag of holding.
She nods.
A small pocket dimension into which you can place other. She asked. Sorry.
So the wizard the mage who was looking increasingly like having swallowed a lemon during Tantan's description sort of is like, yes. May I ask if there's anything inside this bag of holding that
he just flips it open and holds it out.
Okay. What is in it right now, actually?
All of his
Tanton?
magical belongings.
Okay, so so very much like the police, like you have to give up your weapons, like guns, like multiple, like hit the desk.
There's a scene in the movie Oscar where Sylvester Stallone is just weapon after weapon after weapon coming out on, and he's like, it's like disarming Germany. It's exactly the same sort of thing.
You know what that's also a play on is his movie Cobra, where he has a scene like that, and it's the classic movie, you're done, turn in your badge type of thing, right? And so that stuff all hits the deck. And when it's done, you have a little pile, right? And she says, yes. Now, I don't want you to have to describe all of it, but I know that but just briefly though, what in that thing would be considered vaguely weaponish, Tanton, or, along those lines?
Or blatantly weaponish?
Yeah, exactly.
Would be his crossbow.
Right.
His hammer.
Right.
That might actually be it.
If it's those two things, then the rest of it, she says, you can keep the bag, you can put all the stuff back, but the crossbow and the hammer have to be put down in the special place where the stuff is kept with like where Spanner is, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So assuming you're okay with that, well, you're not okay with it, but assuming that you accept it reluctantly, do you? I don't just want to assume. Then that stuff is brought down there, and you're allowed to.
My writ.
And she says smoothly and holds out her hand, and another servant right behind. This seems like, by the way, exceedingly well organized. They're all like immediately just hand over the writ, hands it to you, so you now have two of them. Like magnetic credit cards, they break each other, and now you don't know. I'm just kidding. So you now have both writs. And she nods slightly and she says, thank you. Now, the second thing I want to mention, Nisiana, is the minute that you get on the ship, telepathy, bam, stops. And in fact, I would in fact say that even as you were, Tanton, opening the bag and dropping it, you notice that the bag itself, now the bag is not, the internal mechanism of the bag, is not affected because it's not in this plane technically. So, but as the stuff drops to the ground, the stuff that you would expect to see with a certain glow or so, none of that is present. But now my question is, would you watch the guard? You can't go with them for everything, but would you watch the person bringing your weapons down the gangplank? And I'm asking for specific reason. Okay, so so what I want you to do is make a perception check from me, but do it at advantage as you're doing that. And you'll see why I'm asking this check in a minute. Well, I guess unless you crit fail it, in which case I won't.
And I believe in him.
9.
Yeah, so, well, I think it's enough to know that when it gets onto the gangplank, you get the feeling you might have caught like a little bit of a glow from one of the weapons again. So your impression basically is that this anti-magic whatever shield is just on the ship. And it is no joke powerful, by the way. This is very strong to be able to do this even telepathically. And in fact, now the woman in blue may or may not be super powerful. It's hard to tell. But man, if it's one person doing this, this is a hell of a person doing this. Like if it's one person creating this anti-magic thing. And I should say, and then the wizard, nods and steps back and allows you to enter, or allows you to walk on the deck as you will. A couple things to note about this, by the way, as I turn on a little bit of let's get some actual, no more city music. It's time for, now I have some different possibilities. Let's get the right one. We have this.
And sing.
This might work.
That's about right, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure yeah, I heard that. Okay, what's the other instrument? That's fine. Yeah, that works. Okay. So first of all, as you look around you, there is bright lights and pleasant music emanating from the deck of the ship. And from the masts and the rigging above, these colored lights engulf the scene in a calming, prismatic glow. Very, to jump out of game for a moment, very late 80s neon, okay? The guests mill about the deck. They are dressed in fine clothes and jewelry. Most seem engrossed in conversation, or they are listening to the band perform at the front end of the ship. And that band that I just mentioned, on the forecastle, a female gnome holding a conductor's baton is controlling a quartet of mechanical creatures, all holding different instruments. The construct are shaped like farm animals, but they stand on their hind legs and they're all dressed in military uniforms. There's a dog playing the flute, there's a horse playing the drum, there's a pig playing the lute, and a cow playing the viol. And they play this jaunty tune, much to the amusement of onlooking guests. And as I say, there's lots of people to look at, to see. It's now up to you. There will be things happening throughout that will just sort of occur normally, and I'll be rolling for those and checking things out as you go through. But you can also decide how you want to proceed now that you're on the deck.
I'll just gently notify the others that, or I mean, I assume that they know by now, but just like, there's no...
The very first thing Larry would have done was try to reach out. When it wasn't, it's very clear that, they change it, shake their head like, it's gone.
And Mérimée is pretty annoyed by now, because that's how she gossips the whole length with her sister, and she cannot do that, and that is annoying. Stupid ship.
And Larry will kind of bend down low enough so that Nisiana can hear them and say, as the lady, you have the lead.
Well, is Lord Jovi still standing by?
Jovi has gone off, but will be back if you need it. Like wandered off to someplace else, but is going to.
Well, basically, my thought is to go find him and, basically be like, so, what do you suggest around here?
Okay. To Jovi, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm guessing Illyrian got on without any.
Right, but thanks to Jovi's intervention, presumably.
Yeah.
And so Jovi's like, well, I mean, there's all sorts of things that you could look at here.
It's the crab rangoon. It's especially good.
Yes, and speaking of that, let's talk for a minute, just for a moment here. Let's talk about the food, all right? Because they have got a spread. There are several long tables. One table seems to just be like laden with every conceivable kind of entree type dish, from what looks like turkey to a suckling pig to multiple like fresh vegetables. You see like carrots and other root vegetables and things like that. And then there is what looks like sort of large bowls of possibly like mashed potatoes, and like there's just all this stuff, gravy and different kinds of things, all spiced and seasoned. The smell is like, very impressive. And then a second what'd you say? Is what?
It's just imagining Tanton sitting there. This soup is very good. That's gravy.
Yes, pretty much. Well, the thing is too, every time like someone is that a lot of the turkey, for example, has already been well used, but immediately like it's replaced by another turkey. Like servants just keep coming up and putting stuff down as food gets taken. The table does not seem to be getting used too much. Like people are just around it all the time, but the food never seems to get any less. On the other table, it is every conceivable dessert. You've got various flans, which is definitely a pie, as John knows. You've got flan on there. You've got it's a joke from the Gray Shade finale.
Okay.
We've got flan, we've got pie, they've got cake, they've got cinnamon buns, they have a chocolate fountain, they have what looks like another fountain next to it, which when you discover it is actually, what did you say, a ranch fountain? No, there's no ranch fountain. But there are a bunch of fresh fruit around the chocolate fountain. There is also what apparently you're told is a chocolate with alcohol fountain. So there's like a, basically liquid flowing. Again, impressive looking.
Mixed in with it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. A bunch of Goldschlager bottles. No. So there's all these things, and there are people doing this. Meanwhile, the sound of people walking around. And so that food, they just want to put that out there. There's some pretty amazing food.
So Tanton's standing there with a bunch of cauliflower, and he's like, this ranch dressing is terrible. They're like, that's white chocolate.
Yeah, pretty much. You're just kind of like, oh, don't mix the tables. Don't cross the streams, right? So he points out, Jovi starts pointing out a couple of people, and he says, the best thing perhaps is going to be for you to mingle a bit and listen. There are so many people here that I could introduce you to, but, for example, and he sees one that he points out, it is an older copper dragonborn. and
Oh,
you can
wow.
see that the copper dragonborn, you actually don't need to listen in too closely because he is saying, it's a shame about youth these days. They have so many responsibilities. The poor souls have no choice but to finish what their parents started, and that's not fair. We must have some attention paid to the younger generations instead of leaving them behind. Don't you agree? And you get the impression that the sound of his voice, it's louder than it needs to be, and he's standing right next to two people who are listening politely, but it's like there is no reason to blow people away at that volume unless perhaps he's a little hard of hearing, maybe. So Jovi says, that is Balthazar Irdranats. He is the Minister of War, and a very intelligent one, and well-experienced one, too. Well, he's been around quite a while, and perhaps even for a dragonborn, he might be slightly, I don't know how to put this delicately, perhaps some of his best days may be behind him, but he still is still all there mentally, and a nice fellow, but sometimes not exactly the most subtle individual, but he might be a person you'd want to check out. And then over there, of course, and he points over, and you see what looks like a female half-elf, and she has dark hair tied into a braid, silver rings in her ears, and she wears dark hose on her legs with a shirt, and the cloth is decorated with silver thread. And he says, that is Cesaria Erstarn, the daughter of the city's governor, and thus slightly related to me, I believe. She is really not a bad person, Cesaria, but, well, she's constantly weighed down by her responsibilities, and it's made her a little bit prickly, might be the way to put it, but you could certainly find someone like that to be valuable to speak to. And then and he's about to say something else, and then someone comes up to him, and it is another female half-elf, not the same one, and says, what are you doing over here, Jovi? You're not spending enough time with the rest of us. Please leave your friends behind for now and share some of your charm with the rest of the group. And a couple of people behind her sort of chuckle, and he says, oh, well, as you see, duty calls, Lady Dudrasco. And he winks Nisiana. He says, I'll be back later, but in the meantime, why don't you talk to one of them? Or there's many others to listen to. And all right, yes, I'm coming. Just do the best you can. And he's being like drawn away. And so you're here.
Okay. Well, I think I am going to just spend a little bit of time just listening for a while, and walking around with a drink, trying not to be too awkward, and listening to, occasionally commenting to Merime.
Okay.
About oh, that's a pretty ribbon, or something innocuous, so that she will lean down to me and I can speak a little bit more quietly to her.
Okay, and then Merime, as you're going around with Nisiana, anything you're focusing on in particular, as you're going around?
I'm keeping an eye for anything that's out of place or anything that doesn't fit. And that could be I'm paying attention specifically. I'm assuming, of course, that the spy will be amongst the nobles, so has found a way to infiltrate.
Okay.
So
someone who's
as awkward as me?
I'm assuming they'll be quite suave. I'm assuming that they'll look like they fit really well, right? Because they're a spy, they're trying to fit.
The awkward spy. Yeah, no, that doesn't really go together.
Right? But maybe there's something anything that seems out of place, even clothing that doesn't fit the station of someone, or what Merime might notice just from having worked with the clothes already and all that. What she might notice that's something that indicates that's not fitted to that person, or something like that. So that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on, because I assume for anything weapon related, the others will keep an eye on stuff like that. So
okay, and I was actually just about to talk to those others. So for the security detail, where are you? How are you managing things? Are you right behind, trailing, going off in a slightly different direction, and what are each of you doing? I guess, Ilarion, I'll start with you and then come to Tanton. What about you, Ilarion?
Yeah. So,
because, by the way, you have attracted a little bit of attention from people who are kind of you're the only Starforged, certainly, and you don't see any other Warforged here. So.
I figured that. So yeah, I'm already unusual.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to see me attract attention from the fracas at the just getting on board the damn ship, but be that as it may. So here's I actually have a few questions. So first of all, are most or all the other nobles here by themselves? In other words, they don't have retinues, or do they have?
You can't tell. Everybody who's there is dressed in some kind of noble style clothing, or at least fancy clothing, with the exception of you. That includes Tanton now. Everybody is wearing some kind of fancy clothing. Fancy clothes. All of you are wearing fancy.
Exactly. It's obvious who the servants are and who the nobles are.
I would say that's true, yes. But it definitely looks like there may be a few servants with each of the nobles too. It's crowded and not with all nobles. Yeah.
Yep. All right, but there doesn't. So we actually have pulled up of a coup by having quote unquote security for Nisiana.
Yes, although some may be disguised, though. It's hard to say.
True, that's fair. And then how many guards are inside or on the ship? We're still outdoors, right? They're having an outdoor reception kind of pavilion-y thing, whatever.
That is correct. And in fact, this is a good time for me to bring you to the map here. And because I've got a map for all of you.
Oh, it's always a good sign.
So let me bring you to, I think, now this may not be right. So give me a second. I want to see if this is actually the...
I like the lights on the side.
I think that's the main... Yeah, I'm trying to decide if it's the main deck or the top deck that you're supposed to be on when you first get there.
Well, there's a bed here, so I think it's actually under. I think this is probably below decks.
Okay, so then let me bring you to...
And barrels and such, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so let me bring you to the top deck. But now, part of the reason that I did not put this in Fog of War is because you actually... You were given some of this by Halar. You might even remember that I mentioned that there is a kind of a sort of a floor plan, so to speak.
And the ship's not all that large. We can pretty much see the entire deck ourselves.
It's a decent size, but it's not,
it ain't the Titanic.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Welcome to the Argonauts. A moose could be a deer, though. That is a quality name. Thank you. Welcome to the Argonauts. Okay, and in fact, the party for right now, if you could move your tokens onto this is literally not me saying there's a combat going on now in this case. Usually it means something like that, but that isn't what it means this time. I just want to know where your general movements are, so if you could bring the things down. I'm not going to put all the people because it's like way too many people to put on there, but I will say that there are
versus in the scene RFGs.
Yeah, I know, right? I am going to see what theater of the mind, my ass. Okay. Let's see.
So I am, by virtue of most likely, except for maybe the Dragonborn, being the tallest being here, makes it easier to look over the crowd and spot things, and they're doing their best impression of a security person by don't have to say anything, thank God, or engage in meaningless small talk, yes, and B, just constantly looking and making sure, he's there. Spend about a third of the time clocking the crowd, a third of the time clocking any nearby guards just to make sure.
Okay.
And third of the time watching Nisiana and making sure that she's, if someone she's engaged with is proper, no one's trying anything, etc., etc., etc. So that's roughly how Illyrian's going to handle the evening until something requires their attention elsewhere.
Okay, and just to make sure that I'm clear about this, you said you are going to be not right next to, but like
where I am in regards to her. I mean, it's actually a little closer, but I am off to her, diagonally on her flank, basically. I'm not right behind her. That just looks looming and a little weird.
Gotcha. Okay.
But believe me, they will not be any further away than and it's a big step, one step away, a Starforge step. One step away at all times.
Starforge.
Absolutely.
Tent, I'm going to move you slightly just for a minute so I can put this table in the right spot. Okay, there you go. So these two very long tables here. Okay. All right then. So that's good. Let me zoom in slightly so Chet can see this too. Wonderbar. All right. So, hello, Ash. So here we go. Here's the totally not a combat map. Place your non-combat token. Everyone's always just like, man, maybe I just like showing ships. You don't know. I was on a boat today with the family for a little while. Maybe I just happen to be in a boat mood.
Research.
Yeah, exactly. And I was talking to the guy about how you would manage combat. I mean, not at all. It wasn't what I was saying. Okay. So you're like that. Tanton, what about you? Where are you? Who are you looking at, and where are you positioned? I mean, I see where you're positioned. Is that where you want to be, and that sort of thing?
He's going to do his best to always be within 1 round of movement from Nisiana.
Gotcha. Okay.
Far enough away that she can do her thing and have one of her security people nearby.
Okay.
And then Tantin's more or less a backup, who's
and
nearby,
more
but-
concealable, because I'm definitely very obvious. Yeah.
Okay. Now, quick note though, Tantin, because there's so many people, getting to Nisiana, you'd have to be a little closer than that if you want to get there in a round, because you'd have to, like, if it was as the crow flies, so to speak, you're easily
He
within
might
range.
not want to
but
get to her.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
So,
that's
but
that,
what
and
he's
then yeah.
doing-
Mm-hmm.
What he's doing for the most part is, to his brain, we were within the anti-magic shield thing when the mage was doing the scan and he dumped his stuff out and it went blank when it hit the deck, and then noticed that it kind of came back on when the stuff went
Yep.
down the thing. And then there's the band. So to Tantin's mind, some magic is possible on
Yes.
board this boat.
Right.
He is going to spend a lot of his time trying to figure out why, to figure
Okay.
out that combination lock, so that if the hit shits the fan, that's not how I meant to say that, but whatever, it works, that he will be able to use his tools, which are non-magical, and she said he could keep them, so he can use his tools to grab a table leg and turn it into a magical club and start beating the living shit out of people with it.
Gotcha.
Also, he would have heard that she basically told Nisiana that she could keep her holy symbol, just not to use her magic.
Right.
So that's kind of an interesting thing there.
Mm-hmm.
And that all makes sense to me. Can you specify, Tantin, a little more about where you're going to head to try to do this investigation? I mean, I understand you're going to be listening to people, but like, what are you going to do to try to find out what this combination lock, as you put it, is?
First of all, he's going to go over to the buffet table.
Yep.
Because he's hungry. He got angry, and so he's hungry.
Yeah, he's
And
going
so-
to rangry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And so
I am
he's going
too.
to grab like a serving platter and just start putting shit on it.
Okay.
And then just kind of be walking around with it. And if anybody comes along, it's like, oh, thank you. Whack! Mine. I'm not a servant.
You're not actually going to hit anybody, are
No,
you?
of course not.
Just lays a bunch of people out.
Not that you'll see. No, not at all.
Why is Tantin being bustled down the gangplank? I don't know.
Second, he
By the
gets-
way, Arv, I'm very, very disappointed the animal band is not on this map.
I know.
Very
I
disappointed.
clearly missed
figured-
an
I'm
opportunity.
just saying.
Yeah.
Saying.
It's true. I missed an opportunity
But-
to. Surprisingly, I don't have any animal band tokens like available and close to hand.
Oh, that was the joke. But yeah.
Yes, I know.
To answer your question, he's going to kind of scooch over closer to the wizard while she's checking stuff.
Okay.
And just seeing if he can get kind of an arcane sense of what there might be about her that allows her magic to work. And then if he can't figure anything out there, he's going to go check on the band. And see
Okay.
if it-
Let me start. Okay, so the way I'll organize this is let me start with having you deal with the wizard. Then we'll leave you for a bit. Please don't let me forget to have you check the band. And then I will come to Alarian is watching, so I'm going to leave Alarian slightly in the background here just for a moment while Nisiana and Mermaid's doing their thing. But I'll start with Tantin. When you come to the wizard, and not too close, like staring over her shoulder, I assume, but like watching from a distance, and you can see she's doing that same, to jump out of game for a minute, metal detector check, as she's coming up. So as you're doing that and watching, you note that most of the time she just does this and nothing seems to happen, but every so often she sort of stops and pauses and then speaks quietly, sort of businesslike, but whatever, to the person in question. And sometimes they end up removing like a bracelet or a necklace or something like that. One of them has some kind of comb, jeweled comb in their hair, and they get a little, and the wizard is very much like, firm, like polite, but just sort of like, you can't, type of thing. While this is happening, Tantin, I will have you make an Arcana check. Nisiana, you're too far to be like, I believe in you.
Also, I am actually
So-
too nervous to do that. I'm
Yeah,
trying
okay.
to not step on this dress.
How many rounds till Tantin dismantles the band and puts them in his bag? Just instruments drop out one by one instead of just like, oh.
Somebody goes to Nisiana and she's like, what is your man doing up there? And just the dragon mark tattoos are just blazing as he's disassembling things.
Yeah.
Tangent, stop it!
What is this property of Sir Chuck E. Cheese? What's going on here?
This dance
Freddy
sucks. I don't
Fazbear.
Yeah, exactly.
That's amazing.
23.
Nice.
Tenton, what you determine as you're watching this happening is clearly the mage is quite skilled. Clearly, they are determining, as they're supposed to, like detecting it. But you're almost positive that the locus of magic is not coming from this, or anti-magic maybe, is not coming from this person. They're definitely a wizard. It's not a fake mage, but it's definitely not coming from here. There is somewhere on the deck, someplace, is where the actual locus of this anti-magic whatever must be. And you don't think it's fixed, although it could be. It might be, maybe it's the turkey, I don't know. But something is creating this sense of magic, and it's not coming from this mage.
Okay.
So as you continue to look over and whatever, Larian is going to be watching, and so Nisiana and Merime, we're going to talk about you. So Nisiana and Merime, you said you are Nisiana, I should say. You said that you were going to be doing some listening. Let us say first.
I'm going to listen. I'm going to watch, see how people eat and what listen to what they're talking about. I want to blend in a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, not that I actually blend, but
I would like you to roll a 6-sided die for me, please.
oh dear, 6-sided die.
Yep.
Oh, this should be fun. I can do this. Yeah.
Charles Edom Cheddar,
4.
Wisconsin. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. You're doomed. No. As you are. Now, this person.
Various dooms you're choosing from.
Exactly. You don't have to worry too much, I would say, about. You don't have to worry too much about finding this person, because this person, or listening to this person, because this person, Nisiana, finds you. Your first sight of this person is of a vision in purple. A purple gown, super bright, almost shocking purple. And this very striking female human is wearing gold jewelry. You can see gold hairpins that are decorating her flowing black hair. She has one of those kind of ageless faces, technically, where it's not totally easy to get how old a person is, but probably somewhere 30s to 40s maybe, but acts very is just vivacious and comes over and is just like, oh my goodness, and I am so glad that someone else has been dressed and understands the value of just positive ribbons, and seems to be pointing not at you, Nisiana, but at Merime, and says, my goodness, they are spectacular. May I welcome you, of course, to this dull occasion. My goodness, someone has to add some color to this, a little bit anyway. Welcome. And she bows low, and she says, my name is Mercutia Irgantarli, and it is my great pleasure to welcome someone who understands fashion. It's about time someone did. And she bows low to you, Merime, and then says to you, and of course to you, and she stops and then stands up and says, my manners, I've introduced myself to you and have no idea who you are, except that you understand fashion. Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? And she's sort of looking at both of you at this point.
I will. This is my lady, Nisiana Jarasco, and I am her handmaiden, Merime Hawksmore. But this is my lady, and it's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Absolutely. And she says, wonderful, wonderful. I am so glad to see that someone. Where did you get those? I don't think you can get ribbons like this in Rote, can you? Did you find them at a store? Or, please tell me. I must know where you can find them. And she's pointing at these ribbons.
Yeah, we got. I'll describe. Merime will get a little bit excited here, as she does, and I expect Nisiana might join a little bit.
Basically, I just turned to you and said, "Were we in Sean when I got that?"
Yeah, it was in Sharn, and then I'll describe the giant bolts of ribbon and the there was some of everything that you could ever want, and then I suggest a few that would look really good with her complexion and hair as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. You think I don't get to Sharn enough. I mean, I sometimes am brought down there for business reasons, but I spend much of my time here in Rote, unfortunately, and so we just have appalling, dreadful things in terms of clothing stores and things like that. And she says, it's really wonderful to see that, and then she looks at you, Nisiana, and she says, and you, I can see, my goodness, and of course, the holy symbol, and she sort of puts her hand over her heart, and she says, may I ask, I heard Lady Nisiana Jarasco. That means you must be from the House Jarasco, the House of Healing, then, I assume.
I am.
And she says, it is wonderful to meet one of yours. My father was once quite ill, and it was only because of a healer from House Jarasco that he survived. So I've always had a soft spot in my heart for anyone from the healing arts, and especially from House Jarasco. It is
it's a
my
great
honor,
pleasure
and
to
she
meet you.
gives this big curtsy.
What did she say her name was?
She says Bob Boberson. No, her name is.
I was trying to pick out if she's from a house or just a noble family.
She says that her name is Mercusia Ir Gantarli. And
Okay,
it's
so
Ir
she's not a
apostrophe
de.
Gantarli. Well, yeah, sort of though, because it's Ir Gantarli, so it's of something. So not D Jarasco or D Gantarli, but
Ir.
Ir
The
Gantarli,
Ir
like
apostrophe.
IR apostrophe Gantarli, yeah. And so yes. And she says, I'm so dreadfully, oh goodness. And she says, I'm so glad that you have not only yourself here, but also, as I said, someone who understands fashion. I'm so dreadfully attended here. Where are my servants? They're all wandered around and probably gorging themselves on food. I mean, it is delicious food. Oh, you must try, if you can, the cream. The whipped cream is delicious and is actually flavored with a kind of liqueur. I haven't been able to determine it myself, but, well, do you know what liqueurs there are here? Perhaps it's from Sharn
This is my
itself.
first time to Rote.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, well,
But
I'm
perhaps-
so glad to have met you. I must take you to some of these vineyards so you can see some of these places for yourself. Oh, goodness, I'm just, well, and she kind of babbles off, on her own. She doesn't leave, but she just sort of like, oh, well.
What of these things would you suggest for me?
And she says, you're talking, so she points back and she says, well, first of all, there is this delightful creme brulee. The reason I mention that, though, is because it has been heated particularly, not simply with a typical candle or lit brand or something like that, but with magical infusions, so that the brulee itself captures the textures, the smoky flavor itself of the air around Rote. It is as if you are in some ways consuming a portion of the city, one might say. It is absolutely delectable. Feels as if you're floating on clouds, which very much of the time I wish I were, rather than being grounded down here. Oh, it is so lovely to have someone, just interesting to talk to. I cannot stand these noblemen.
It must be so hard for you.
Oh, it is terribly hard. Well, I mean, I must say, I am happy to be here somewhat. I do enjoy a party, don't you? But look, there are people who are stuck in the mud. Well, look over there. And she points at, one of them is, looks at a man and a woman. One of them is a halfling, female halfling who has gray hair streaked with brown. And she says, no, there's Lady Lyra, and of course, Lord Olivier. And Lord Olivier has this elegant suit and a very serious expression. He has a black ring on his right hand, you can see, but has a very neatly coiffed sort of, his beard is carefully trimmed and oiled and so on, but kind of like in the goatee format, very, very pointed and so on. And she says, and Olivier, well, at least he's interesting to talk to. That is, if you can draw him out. He's so serious, that man. And then as for her, well, she's just a grouch. Look at those sticks in the mud over there. Both have made for positively dreadful company this evening. Do you know anything about either of them?
I don't, but do you?
No, I've been trying to find out. I suppose that, well, I've learned one thing, which is that Lady Lyra apparently doesn't like the color purple, can you imagine? Nor does she like talking about food. I can't imagine what on earth is more important than clothes and condiments. Good grief. And goodness. She doesn't say good grief. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
She says goodness.
What is it that you do for a business?
She says, oh, well, mostly my business is actually, well, attending to my father, unfortunately. I am, as I say, an Irgantarli, and, well, my father is, of course, the Speaker of the Brailish Parliament. Now, at this point, you realize that the Speaker of the Brailish Parliament is an extremely important individual whose job it is to basically break ties in Parliament and to keep the factions of the Brailish Parliament from falling into open warfare with each other, which is not always easy because the Parliament here is a combination of both elected from the people and appointed by various city leaders and things like that. And sometimes there's a lot of, like, noble versus commoner type of, like you would know, you spend more of your time down in the dirt wallowing with the pigs, and then fighting back about, like, rich elitist stuck-up people. So it's the speaker's job to basically navigate those areas and try to generally preserve the democratic system upon which Brayland relies. So this guy is is a pretty important dude, and so this, according to her anyway, she's the daughter of this man. And she says, so mostly what I do is spend my time listening to Father speak to very boring people. Ugh. And she shakes her head.
Question.
Sure.
When she mentioned, Miriam's been enjoying the conversation, but is also, suspicious of everyone.
Right.
When she mentioned Lyra and Lady Lyra and Lord Olivier,
Mm-hmm. That's right.
specifically, did it feel like just a gossip fishing expedition, or did it feel like something more? Like, because it's odd that she would target those two specifically to Mérimée.
They seem to be the what? Well, so I will have you make an insight check on that in a minute.
I was
Well, actually, you know what?
gonna do
Yeah, make
that
the
too.
insight check now, and you can do that too, Nisiana, then if you want, if you would like to.
Oh,
I do it at advantage because
yes, you do.
You understand all. So it seems to you that when she points out
For
these
those of you
two,
listening at home, that was a natural 20.
a natural 20, right, which gives us a 25 insight. So Mérimée just immediately is X-ray inside the head of the person. Like, it's a very dramatic
you have a
montage.
tumor.
I see beneath you, behind your right eye. No. So
Fix it.
exactly. No. So what seems very clear is that she was, because a lot of the nobles here, some of them have serious expressions, yes, some of them are more bored than others, but they all seem to be these two in particular, just seem to be kind of grouchy,
Okay.
more than the ones immediately present. Now, there are many you have not yet seen because there's a lot of people in this boat, and there are also guards positioned at, like, appropriate intervals who are being very serious, although most of them have their masks, their helmets on and their masks down. But the ones that you can see, the faces of the people you can see, seem to be relatively pleasant, or at least apparently being politely interested. But these two are just kind of like sourpusses. So, and she's just like, I don't know if I trust anybody who can't ever put on a smile. Can you? I mean, my goodness, simply look at the table. The food itself should give you a positive mood. And she just kind of shakes her head and she says, did you just come in then, Lady Di Gerasco, just for the armistice ball then?
Oh, we did, yes.
How did you get here? I myself had to travel by airship, and it was dreadfully slow and hot up in that car. How did you arrive?
We arrived by the train.
And she says, I see. Well, that certainly is much faster. I hope that you enjoyed yourself and had, quick travels, efficient travels, no difficulties?
Well, not exactly.
And she says, really? Well, you must tell me, did something interesting happen on it? Was there something unusual, surprising, anything?
Well, I wasn't awake when it happened, and I look at Mérimée.
we ran into a bit of trouble. We were attacked on the train.
You don't say. That's terrible. Well, but it's terrible, but also fascinating. Tell me what happened. Did you give them what for? Did you destroy them? Slap them in the face?
I mean,
Kill
we do
them?
have we do have excellent security, and I look back towards them. I just erase myself from that because I don't have my sword anyways. I'm like, we do have excellent security. In fact, Alarian ended up jumping on top of one of them and going straight through the cart of the ceiling of a cart. It was wonderful to see. It was
wonderful. And she finally sees you, Alaria, in the background. My goodness. Well, Well, what are they? Is that a warforged? It looks like they are. Is that a warforged? You had a warforged, a guard, and they went through a roof. They're extraordinary. But goodness, I wish I had been there. Well, I don't wish that I had been attacked and in danger, but I wish I had been there to see this. You weren't hurt, were you? She almost says, almost realizing like you kind of buried the lead. Like, were any of you hurt with anyone? Like, did anyone get hurt?
I mean, when you travel with a lady who is a healer, most hurts can be healed, thankfully.
Of course. So you were in need. Oh, my goodness. How useful. But why on earth did they attack you? Did you thwart a robbery? Perhaps they were trying to steal some treasure. Or perhaps perhaps they had some interest in your unusual warforged-ish creature, person, servant, security back there.
Yeah.
The mystery.
Oh, a mystery. And there's nothing I like more than a mystery. I cannot
glad
wait.
I'm not over there.
I must be trying to. I wonder whom I could ask. Oh, my goodness. Well, I had heard something. We arrived today, and they said some nonsense about not wearing armor or something, as if I would be wearing any of that, and told us to remove these things if we had any. And then they were checking us, and they said there was some new security protocol. Well, I wonder if not you, but the people who attacked you are responsible. They do say that anyone at any time could do anything here. And she kind of looks around, and then she leans in conspiratorially to both of you, and she whispers, I say, do you think that if there is an attack, we might be able to actually see it unfold? I mean, just on the deck, at a safe distance, you understand, but perhaps right here.
I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't.
The safe distance, you mean? You think it'll happen right next to us?
I really don't. I really don't think that will happen.
Oh, at all, you mean? Oh, well.
The security here is doing a very good job, and there's nothing to worry about at all. You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, I'm glad to hear it. It's literally the opposite of glad, like seems as disappointed as you could potentially
But
get.
I'm certain Alarian would love to tell you about chasing down the person and falling through the roof.
And with a swoop of her purple cloak, her purple dress, she says, wonderful. And she says, oh, please excuse me. I must learn more about this. This is so wonderful. It has been a pleasure, Lady Jarasco. Of course.
Thank you.
Of course, Merime.
Greg, I actually want to go back to the couple that she pointed out.
Okay.
You said something about a black ring. Is that a mourning ring? As in someone like...
You have to get closer to find out. If you want to see that more closely.
That is where that is the direction that I am going to be meandering.
We will deal with the two of you in just a moment then, but I'm going to move first of all to Alarian, who is suddenly confronted with this vision in purple. Who comes up and she looks up at you and she says, my goodness, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Mercusia Irguntarli, and I have been told by your mistress, Lady de Jarasco, that you were responsible for not only defeating these attackers on a train, but also plowing through the roof of a train car and burying them to the ground. It sounds incredibly exciting. Please tell me more. What happened in this? And she says this, and a couple of people have sort of come over because she seems to like just summon people through her personality. They just sort of arrive, and they're sort of like holding wine glasses and all
is Nisiana moving off towards the couple
at the moment? Yep.
We are slowly meandering,
which is on the other side. No, it's not that far away, but
I will sketch a slight bow to this vision in purple and say, to be fair, it all happened so quickly I scarcely recall it. However, my associate Merime Hawksmoor witnessed the entire event, and I'm sure can tell you about it in more detail. But for now, if you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my lady.
Oh,
and they'll bow again, and without waiting for her to say anything, starts moving off.
So as you do this, you hear behind you, following after you. I totally understand, but one thing I was going to ask you was, in the process, and by this point, you notice that like static cling, more people have gathered behind her as she's coming. So you just have this group of people following you. So it's Alarian plus Noble plus like a bunch of people just following after you. Tant, you see this across the table, and suddenly you see Alarian trailed by this vision in purple and like 5 or 6 other people chattering to each other as Alarian is walking towards
where's Merime during all this?
I am with Nisiana.
I'm trying
really hard not to laugh.
put it on your shoulder and gently hold you back to put you right in the path of the woman, and then put you behind me, so you're now blocking. But
This reminds me of a scene in Count of Monte Cristo where he comes in on the hot air balloon and he lands. The entire party is assembled out there in the lawn. He walks up to the edge of the fountain. He just looks out and says, "Greetings," and turns and walks away, and they're all like, "Oh," and there's the entire crowd moves like an ocean to follow him around.
You know, I like that. I wanted to point out that I never heard totally what Ilarion wanted to do, so I'm just going to assume he's fine with just keeping talking to them because no, I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm totally joking.
He's like pulled Mérimée back now.
Yep. So I just want to point out, Ilarion has pulled Mérimée back, which means now Nisiana is completely isolated. I just want to make sure we're clear. No, I'm totally joking.
Internet got it.
Internet situational. Give us a second. Let's wait for that to come
No,
back.
as
go ahead.
Mérimée
Yeah.
was saying, Ilarion is still back there with everybody else. So it's not, it's
Right,
not like he can
right.
argue the point now. So yeah,
Exactly,
he's still
just
back
totally
there.
behind in that place. This is a good spot to say. I know the cameras are messed up. Hold on one sec, Chad, as John will rejoin us in a moment. You are watching a very entertaining day 24 of D&D with INB. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. We are in season 2, and we are in fact in, I believe, part 2 of season 2. It is the last word, and we are in part 3 of the last word. So we're part 3 of part 2 of season 2 of Eberron Oracle of War. I hope everyone got that. And I am joined as always by working from left to right, the top half of Tren's face, Tren Sparks. You've got the top half of currently not visible Marie Bilodeau, and then you've got the right half of sort of vaguely of Jennifer Prozek's face. There we go. And
I have to go over here.
Now it works. And we will. The only reason I'm not moving these windows around is because we have to wait for John to get back and go to redo them again. So as soon as John gets back,
Or they're all going to
continue.
pop back into place.
Exactly. That's what's going to happen. What's up, Blue to True? Love that shirt, Gunner till I die. I'm glad that you like my Arsenal shirt. I know that Dragon Spear and Chet would disagree with you, but I am glad that you appreciate the Arsenal shirt. I have to say I'm a little bit of a fraud because I actually just like soccer jerseys in general. So I have IAK and I have like many the Greek national and others, and I do have a couple of I do have a couple of Man United. It's true. I just happen to like these jerseys, so I'm a bit of a poser. That said, I'm glad that you do appreciate this and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so let's see. I am debating whether I haven't seen anything else from John yet, so I'm going to wait for a minute for this to happen. All right, I will do what I always do. I'll start bringing the windows together because this is how it works.
As soon as you do.
Yep. All right, let's see. Let's get that going.
Okay, I came back into focus.
All right, now, no, I'm going to do the other one. I'm going to do Tanton's here.
Yeah.
Trend, there you are. Okay, here we go. Going to bring this up here. All
as soon as you get it done, it'll be the correspondence effect to get him back.
Well, that's how it works. Yeah, like that always the way it works is you fix the windows and then the person returns. Yes. I really actually wish that Zoom could have a setup, and I have sent this feedback into them before, where they could have basically like a particular preferred layout for windows when you have a certain number of people and a preferred layout when you have another number of people. You know what I mean? Like something that could do that, because you can move around the windows in Zoom, but it just doesn't, it would be nice to have something along those lines. So,
and you know why they won't do that?
Because I don't know why.
Because Zoom is business conferencing software, not gamer streaming software.
Yeah, but first of all, thank you, Ninja Manatee, for the follow. Welcome to the Argonauts. That's probably true, except that I feel like this is going to be bigger business for them than they think. Because
definitely.
You know what I mean?
I didn't say they were right to think that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do sometimes seem to be like, wait, what? Okay.
And yes, Jen, for the backstage conversation we're having, yes, very bad me, but true me, because that would definitely solve your problem with the vision in purple.
Well, you know what? If he, since he's not here, he can't know what you would say, but
That's true.
I have evil Tren whispering in the background to me. And it's
Evil
really,
Tren.
Because what I said is that Nisiana could say, or perhaps they wanted to kill the healer so that when they came for their real target, I wasn't around to help. That way they should be like, oh my God, they're after me. And,
No,
one less
she
person
would
away.
totally glue herself to my side.
And John arrives just as I finished the last window.
I
Called
told
it.
you, correspondence effect.
Called it.
Yay!
Called it. Actually, we'll see once John actually joins. Just hang on, chat. Your son's been tracking the storm all day. Is it like crazy go nuts storm type of thing? Is it the thing that would make Trent feel great about stuff because he loves storms?
I love storms too.
I love wind and sometimes storms, but I always get a little worried when I'm running a stream because I'm always just like, I have not, knock on wood, since we moved in here, we have not had a power failure, even in high level, like we actually dealt with the remnants of a hurricane up here, and we did not lose power here. Because, I mean, listen, my house was built in 1803 by a sea captain, all right? We are ready, like, to go.
There's no wood in your house. You can't knock on wood. There's no wood in your
Yeah, exactly.
house.
It's true. I don't have 200-year-old wood that I could reach up to.
There he is.
There we go.
Yay!
Success.
I feel like I'm in Canada.
I don't know. You've been kidnapped by the vision in purple. And I want to point out, it's not a bad vision in purple. It's just a little ostentatious, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
in fact,
okay.
Yakushi is sort of striking in a lot of ways.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
This
sort of,
purple is like
Yeah,
one
but
of my
I've got
all-time favorite.
I have a
yeah.
I have a job to do, and it's not entertain this woman. So
Well, I know that Ilarion can actually summon his weapon, I hope, if he needs it to protect Nisiana, so I don't mind. After he makes it very clear he would like me to intercept, I don't mind stepping and entertaining the crowds for a little bit with a retelling of what happened, with some details left out and some perhaps new ones added.
All right, that's going to be, so you actually pause the trailing group of people, like the static cling group that I mentioned. Exactly, Rudnell. She's charming and good looking. She's just a bit much, a little extra, basically is a good way to describe it.
This is why you keep your leg against the dryer when you're pulling clothes out, so you're constantly discharging into the metal of the dryer. You don't shock the crap out of yourself.
This is the
Or
person
the
who,
cat. The poor cat.
right, exactly. This is the person who's just kind of like, the problem really with being stuck in a dryer, you see, like, it emerged sort of talking about that in that way. So, okay, Ilarion, so you proceed as Nisiana makes her way over. Now, before I jump over to talk about Nisiana and what they see, I want to jump back to Tantan. Because Tantan was making his way up, I believe, towards the band. I think was where you were going, Tantan. And as you're heading up to the band, you get a chance to actually see this now. These four, mechanical musicians. And you can see as you get closer that the gnome who is wearing the uniform looks very much like the uniform of a Brailish general, complete with gold tassel, epaulets, and fake medals. And it's obviously a little clearly meant to be like the dress uniform. In fact, it would remind you of like something off of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, like that kind of look, right? So she's doing that. And the band is in plain view. So as she's, playing this through and playing it, you notice that they're all pretty extraordinary. The mechanical dog is playing the flute and doing so quite, impressively. The horse playing the drum is doing kind of a, sort of a soft doom 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 type of thing. The pig playing the lute, and you can see that the pig has got these very impressive, like the hoof basically seems to, they can basically pick the lute. It looks like the strings of the lute using just the horn, and then a cow playing the viol. Tantan, this is extraordinarily good craftsmanship. Like, Spanner, you know what you're doing with Spanner, but you don't think Spanner would be stepping up and playing the tuba or the equivalent of it. Like, they are, it's just not his thing. But they are very, very impressive. And there are a bunch of people standing around. Not just extraordinary. Well, this is this is what investment will do for you. Well, it's expensive investment. Yes, but just see what we have. So there's like some political discussion you can hear being kind of infused in this as well, as you come up. When you get to the sort of closer, what are you then doing? Because the conductor is just, in the midst of her stuff.
Well, given what I saw before, the plan is slightly changing, and so we're kind of coming by close enough to get a decent look at things, but not so much searching for the arcane.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of like, okay, I can see how that works like this, that works. Okay, I've got it. But he's going to head back towards the buffet table.
Okay. So you get a chance to see that and then move back towards the buffet table. And as you're on your way back to the table, I would... Oh, God damn it.
Bye, John.
Oh, poor John.
Maybe this might be a good spot. Oh, nope. Oh, wait.
Hi, John.
Nope, he's back. He's back. He's arrived. He's returned. Okay, he's back.
Unbelievable.
The storm. Okay, he's back. I didn't even have to move to get the windows. That was fine. Tanton, I would like you please to roll a 6-sided die. Sorry, for me too, please. I would like you to die 1 to 1d6. No, roll.
Not swallow
a
it.
Yeah,
Roll it.
seriously.
The funny part is the storm's over here, by the way. I don't know what's going on. My connection is unstable.
Now it's the storm has arrived at your ISP, backbone. That's all I know.
Apparently, yeah.
And your connection has just discovered the fun of a pogo stick.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, ARB343.
I don't
What?
even have my
Hello, who?
5G network.
ARB343.
Arb. I heard Arb,
not
313. What? Is there an Arb 616 and an Arb
I was going to
818
say,
as well?
thank you, Garlic Tofu. The storm has passed you with an update on its way for chat.
4.
Okay. So, as you are on the way towards the buffet table, you see a halfling dressed in rich red and black silks. And as you go by, says, oh, dear sir, and draws forth this string of colorful handkerchiefs from his sleeve and does one of these like pull, and then takes a deck of playing cards from his pocket, and he says, please, pick a card, any card, and just fans them out. Well, this all takes place in like 5 seconds. They're not like standing in front of you, but they're like, just sort of holding this. And there are a couple of people who are sort of watching to see what you do.
Okay. Tanton's pretty focused.
Right.
On what
Not
he's
blocking
doing.
you, but like... Yeah.
Right. But still, he's focused on making
Okay.
his way to the buffet table.
Okay.
So in an almost, kind of slightly impatient, mildly, but socially acceptably irritated way, he just sort of reaches down, pulls a card, and keeps walking.
He says, and the man says, well, but as you're walking by, and then says, well, I have, and you hear him say, I suppose I have no choice but to make another one. And he draws forth apparently draws forth another card, and you hear gasps from behind you, and he says, how is that possible? He drew forth another card. And one of them calls after you, is it the 2 of spades? Is it the 2 of spades?
It's a card. And
well, what kind of card? What
paper?
By the way.
And
and one like runs over and just quickly is like, and then runs back. It was the 2 of spades. Amazing. How is that possible? And then you have this card with you, and Tanton, you're sort of like looking down at it. It does not disappear or vanish. It does indeed seem to be a 2 of spades.
Blows up in your hand.
Bursts into flames.
he's a very short gambit.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And so Tanton kind of looks at it like, thank you, and puts it in a... Well, he doesn't have any pockets now because he's wearing a bunch of...
You could put it inside your flowy red shirt if you wish.
Okay, and he just puts it and keeps going.
Okay. So you arrive back there just as Merime, your story continues. I'll come back to you in a minute. But Nisiana and Ilarion, you arrive over at the conversation happening between what was pointed out to you as Lady Lyra and the Olivier Volette. And as you come over, you can see that the halfling, the one with the gray hair streaked with brown, literally as you come close, just glares at you. Like glares the whole way in, just as you're coming close, and then says something like, "Lack tact among young members these days. You see what this is about, Olivier." And Olivier sort of nods and says, "I understand." And this is all fairly clearly she's intending to be heard, Nisiana, as you arrive. And then she says nothing when she sees you.
Well, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to assume now I can see the rings. See if it's a morning ring.
Yes, I need you to make a perception check for me, please.
Perception. Am I any good at perception?
Probably it's wisdom.
14.
Okay, hold on. My dice roller broke temporarily. There we go. Yes, you can see that it is indeed a black ring, but it has a signet on it. And on the top of the signet, you see something which looks like a snarling dog's head.
Does that look familiar in any way? Do I know anything about snarling dogs?
Make a history check for me, please.
Okay. No. Oh, wait. I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 2.
You're like, you've heard of dogs, and they often snarl. Presumably, rings are places where dogs would show up.
So nobody is talking to this couple.
Well, no. I mean, there are some people who kind of come in, but then like Lyra is kind of like, like glares them away. In fact, you actually see this happen, Nisiana, as someone comes close. Like she just glare, and they're just like, turn around and go another direction. And so she literally has said nothing to you, but is just staring back at you.
So it's 2 halflings.
No, Olivier is possibly a half elf. You can see a slight point in the ears, perhaps something in the expression or in the complexion, perhaps, that makes you think maybe a half elf, but definitely not a halfling. But she clearly is.
When are we going to find an elf that the lower half of their ears is elf?
Why
is it always the top half?
I listen. You know what?
That is a philosophical question.
I was going to say,
fantasy.
Yeah, you got to, right, exactly. I got to talk to the elf geneticist about how that all works now. So yeah.
Well, I will not be daunted because, well, honestly, dealt with a lot of cranky doctors. So I will come over and I will say hello and say, hi, I'm Nisiana.
And she just sort of stares at you. She grunts. Alarian, you're now close enough to hear that and see that.
Will not do anything unless she actually makes a move to touch or harm Milady.
Okay. So she just grunts at you, Nisiana.
I'm new
And
here.
Olivier sort of nods. He stays silent, but he does nod to you.
It's just I'm new here and all this is a bit unusual for me. So I thought I would come over and say hello.
I need you to make a persuasion check for me, please, Nisiana. She seems disinclined
So not the right person for
to accede to your
You
request.
got
Oh wait,
this.
I am. But you know what?
You got a hero point. You could
I
talk to
do
chat
have a
about
hero
inspirations.
And the hero point, what is the hero point? Can be used to gain +6 on attack, saving, or skill check. You know what? I've never used a hero point, and I am going to make the grumpy people like me. So I will use my hero point on these grumpy people.
Okay.
If I can figure out how to use it.
Put it in Discord.
Nice.
That's
Throw
awesome.
that in the throw that in the chat. if
Yeah,
you
that's
like.
great.
That's
That's
just
great.
Like,
Okay.
I had to
Wait.
grab that. Yeah.
That's really, really great.
Distraction. That was a hell of a face. Okay, how am I using this?
So
I have
for
to
the-
do a 1d6.
Yes. So for the hero
Okay.
points, I believe it's 1d6. Let me
Yes,
double check
it's
quickly.
1d6.
Yes, d6. Yep, that's right. You
Okay,
can you can
so-
spend the hero point after the roll's made, but before they know whether it's successful or not.
Okay, so I will roll,
Hey, Wispy.
and I will roll the 1d6 because I don't think a 13 will do it.
Okay.
Roll a 6.
I'm trying. 5. 18.
Good. Well done.
Okay. Good use, I think, of the hero point in that case. You would not have succeeded. So,
Which implies that you did.
But you still haven't.
Damn it!
Just kidding. So she kind of like grunts a little bit and, you mean you're new to this nonsense?
Very.
Well, all right. I suppose I'm mostly busy people watching, but I suppose a halfling can't be as much of a fool as most of these people. Now we have to look at these people here. The prowess of our generation, all gone. Have to surrender our power to the frivolous decisions of these youngsters, and our country's sure to suffer as a result. Hey, Olivier? And Olivier sort of shrugs kind of diplomatically, I suppose, and says, I suppose it's possible, Lady Lyra, but you must realize it's not a good idea to overgeneralize. Bah, overgeneralize. You, and she says to you, Nisiana, I don't suppose you've seen anything or heard anything here at this party that's worth hearing so far, yes? A bunch of foolishness and nonsense, no doubt?
Well, I've just arrived here, so there wasn't anything that interesting, but coming on the train, well, there were a couple, we got attacked.
And she sort of attacked. You see what I mean? The system is terribly broken. It never would have happened if my generation had been in charge, but we've been discarded, cast at the side, and what's left? Technology, advancement, evolution, progress. I can't imagine anything less progressive than watching as people are attacked on a train. Can you imagine it, Olivier? And Olivier sort of, I can only imagine how terrifying it must have been, Lady Lyra. And she just shakes her head and says, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you, well, kick them back, all the way out of Brayland, perhaps, all the way to someplace else, out of Corvair, maybe.
Well, my security took care of it, but Lady Lyra, not everyone dismisses the words of the older generation. Some of us, we look to you for advice.
Advice? What sort of advice? Advice from her? And she points over at Mercusia, who at this point is sort of just is kind of both is sort of alternating between rapt attention to Merime, and occasionally you almost swear that she's like swirling around Merime in purple and then returning, so that people are kind of like, every time it happens, it's like watching a bird kind of disturb a bunch of birds, and then everyone settles back down again and like comes back to the other side. And she says, Lyra says, no, I don't trust that girl. She's too frilly and too, well, convinced of her own abilities or something. The war lies like a shadow over this city, and she wants to laugh at it. There's something off with her. And she looks up.
Her job is to make herself a spectacle.
A spectacle? For what? She should be trying to protect the good name of her father instead of acting like a buffoon. Well,
where is her father?
He's not here. He's dealing with the Parliament, some problem as usual, and he's supposed to arrive tonight, but he isn't. At least he's got some serious head on his shoulders, not like his offspring. And now I want you to make an insight check for me here, please, Nisiana.
Okay.
Alarian, not close enough, I think, to do that. Though I can say
they're only paying attention to, it's only half, like a quarter here, the rest is around the room to make sure nothing's going on. So yeah, that's
14.
fine.
Okay. When she says that, Olivier kind of says, well, I mean, I suppose there's nothing really wrong with her. And she says, well, wrong. Oh, really? Perhaps because she's, I suppose some might consider her mildly attractive. That's the problem. Everyone focuses on surface. Look at that ridiculous purple. How about something sensible and normal? Well, like what I'm wearing. And you notice that Lyra's wearing very modest clothing in comparison to these other nobles.
What color?
It is kind of a dark brown, actually.
Like I usually wear?
Similar,
Yeah.
yes. Not, but, still like a nice dress, but it's not like, and she says, now this is serious stuff, serious business. And instead we act here like we're all supposed to be drunk on their chocolate wine fountains or whatever that ridiculousness is. And who's paying for that, by the way? I tell you, far too much has been given.
How would you mark this ceremony?
Well, if it were up to me, I would want it to be a serious, marking of those who passed away during that war. If we're to avoid having another one, we need to remember the cost of the first one, not act as if it's a chance for us to celebrate and party. That was a terrible time. Terrible
I'm
time.
well aware of the cost. I lost both my parents in it.
And she nods at you and blinks and says, "Oh,
They
well,
were doing their duty.
I'm sure they were. So, I assume they fought for... What did you say your name was?"
I'm Lady Nisiana de Jarasco.
Ah, so your parents, were they also of the House of Jarasco?
Yes.
So they were healers then?
Yes.
Ah, sensible people. Well, it is unfortunate that they laid down their lives, but at least they did so with honor. And you seem to have learned some sense from them, and I'm glad to see it. At least you understand the cost of war. Do you think anyone over there on those chocolate fountains will? Or who is that buffoon with ribbons in her hair talking to her? I can't imagine. She's pointing right at Merime, who at this point,
My
I
handmaid?
imagine is like...
I'm just like, my handmaiden, who
Oh.
I asked to, who is distracting.
That's your handmaiden? Well, are you sure she's not being ridiculous?
She is distracting our vision in purple.
Oh, well, if she's keeping her from us, then she is doing, well, she's doing,
Her job.
she's doing Eberron's work. There's no doubt about that. And she nods and says, all right, most sensible, most sensible. And at this point, Olivier bows slightly and he says, if you will excuse me, I do have several others that I wish to speak to. It has been a pleasure, Lady Lyra. And Lyra sort of, yes, Olivier, yes, and kind of waves. And he says, and Lady de Jarasco, a pleasure. And he kind of
meeting you as well.
clicks his heels and then turns and walks off. And Lyra just shakes her head as he leaves and says, well, he's at least a polite enough fellow, but I don't know. Not enough. Too quiet, that one. You need to be able to speak some.
All this. I didn't recognize his signet.
And she says, oh, that ring? Oh, I don't know, a dog's head. I think she's mentioned some related to the war or something like that, connected to the war. But I don't remember the details. I was paying more attention to the nonsensical purple that we've been discussing, I must say. But anyway, he was very polite, very sensible, didn't say much, just the way I like them. And as she says this and you're talking to her, Alarian, as you're there, suddenly someone grabs you by the arm, and you sort of, so you're ready to like whirl, ready for battle, I assume, but instead what you see is a male dwarf with a bright red beard, and he says, "Ah, I don't recall seeing your face before, and new voices often have the most interesting things to say. Might you enlighten us with your opinion about the war? We'd all like to know." And several dwarves, clearly in his retinue, partly gather in a semicircle, listening expectantly as we all go to break. Chat, you are watching day 24 of D&D with I&B, Eberron Oracle of War, The Last Word, Part 3. If you like what you've seen and heard as much as I have today, I hope you will consider following the channel, supporting the Patreon, and supporting all of these amazing people in their various endeavors, whether they be writing, whether they be editing, whether they be audio recording and narration, etc. All of them are have elements of these, or more than some elements of those. We are joined as always by Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, and Jennifer Brozek. We will be back here at about 10:20, and then we'll go for about another hour or so before we stop. So chat, please stay with us. Thank you for being here, and we'll be back in a bit. Enjoy the music. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back as we have returned to day 24 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, part 3 of The Last Word. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves so far. And when we last left our heroes, Ilarion had just been confronted by a very insistent red-haired dwarf who is very, very interested in finding out every conceivable detail that you can tell him about stories relating to this thing about the opinion about the war. And as you're staring up there and all the dwarves are sort of surrounding, again, sort of semicircle, he says, well, come, you must have some reason. Who's most responsible, you think, for all the losses that we took? Was it Brayland, or perhaps it was Thrain that was involved? Who do you think was most responsible for the terrible losses that we shared? You get the impression, Larian, that he might be a little tipsy.
No.
Stunning.
Okay, so first of all, what does this guy look like beyond the red hair? Does he
he's
actually
a dwarf.
look like, well, and that too, but does he actually look like someone who's been in the war, or does he look like some sort of like, Nancy Noble kind of
No,
person?
he is wearing noble clothes, but it does look like he may have it looks like he may have been in something. You can see there might be what looks like the trace of a scar on his left cheek. That doesn't necessarily mean military, but it could be. But you get the impression, even the stuff that he's wearing looks more like maybe, kind of there's a sort of dark green. Pretty confident this is not someone from Brayland, you don't think. But in any case, yeah. Looks a little bit like he maybe has seen some action.
So first of all, I didn't turn easily, by the way, because he tried to spin me around. Well, I'm actually pretty damn heavy, so we have to do some effort.
Right.
And then I, of course, pivot because I'm floating in the air, so I just kind of like rotate. And I'm still keeping an eye, which I believe that Nisiana's still talking to the lady Lisa, is that her name?
Lyra,
that's it. So I want to make sure I keep an eye on them. As long as that conversation's going and no one seems to be approaching the woman in brown, looks like a human chocolate bar. And then I kind of look down and, well, actually, I don't, as usual, my face has no emotion, so it's not like I'm frowning or anything, because it's like, that's not what Ilarion does.
Mm-hmm.
And says, pardon me, but why do you think I would have any opinion on what happened during the last war?
Well, I have to assume that you might have actually either fought in it or perhaps seen some action. You do look like a warforged, and of course, by definition, the warforged were forged for, well, war, and of course, they got most of their use that time. I'm wondering if you ever saw action, and the other dwarves sort of nod eagerly around him.
Now, the corner of my eye makes sure that Nisian is doing all right.
Someone has thrown her over their shoulder and is running away. No, just kidding.
Damn it! In a second.
Just joking.
I'm gonna lean forward and I'm not trying to be harsh at this person, but I'll kind of lean down like at a 30-degree angle because I'm still looming over him.
Right.
Like 4 feet tall. So it's like,
right.
More than likely, and I don't mean this as an insult, I've probably seen more combat than you could possibly imagine. I have seen losses from generals tearing their hair out as their lines were decimated by cannon fire, to a squire pulling a spear from a dying horse and defending it as his position was overrun. I have seen honor, duty, death, and blood in equal measure. It is not really a topic for this type of gathering. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business to attend to. And they turn around and go back to the lady and studiously ignore the group.
Okay, so there's a moment as you turn around and then, oh, it was amazing. People talking like, wow, I know, he was absolutely perfect. You can see what I mean. Real fighters, that one, real fighters. You could tell from the way that they described it. What did he say? Death and destruction? Well, absolutely. He's seen things. You can tell that he's seen things. And a lot of, oh, yes, I can see. So they're all extremely important. And a couple of them go off. Did you see the one over there? He's seen a bunch of death and destruction. So apparently they're going to other groups, telling them about all the death and destruction that you saw. And some people are going over and whispering and kind of pointing at you. And
these are
the
huge
exact
fans,
opposite of
Kevin
what
Costner.
Can I lean over to the lady
Lyra?
Mm-hmm. Like, who is that? And then basically it's the red-haired dwarf.
And she says, I don't know, some kind of buffoon, I think, from probably Thrain. It was one of these people who came here and decided that he was going to make a name for himself. And as you can see, he's already had too much wine. And of course, he's a young dwarf, and you can tell that too from his lack of judgment. That's the problem these days. The young generation, well, with the exception of you, my dear, you seem to know what you're about, but most of these people are too young, and that includes him, the buffoon. Now, that one over there, and she points at Cesaria quickly, which is the one with the dark hair and braids and the silver rings in her ears. I think I mentioned that before. She says, now she's someone who at least has a little bit of sense, or at least supposedly has a bunch of sense. She is the daughter of the city's governor, and so as a result, unlike some people, and she kind of glares at the purple form of Mercutio, who is currently doing some bizarre figure eight around Merime, she says, despite that, we don't have any of that. At least Cesaria is somewhat sensible. Now, perhaps if we had sense like from you and from her, we could see something out of the younger generation. But as long as people like that, and then she points at the now retreating form of the red-haired dwarf who has gone over and is clapping some people on the back and pointing and speaking excitedly about Alarion, apparently. As long as those people are the ones making the decisions, well, we're all in trouble, and the last war will just become the latest war. You mark my words.
Well, perhaps I should do my duty and go speak to the governor's daughter and see what I can do to help.
All right. At least you're going to someone who's sensible. Just make sure that you're careful and don't get sucked into nonsense and foolishness. And, well, most of all, have just, continue to maintain your same sensible behavior. I'm sure that you and your retinue there are sensible people who don't get into trouble regularly, and that, I think, is really what's necessary these days.
I appreciate this so much. Thank you.
And,
it's been an honor to meet you.
Ah, well, my pleasure. And she nods, which seems to be the equivalent of her being like, you're amazing. Like that's, saying something like that.
And then I will sort of drift towards the governor's daughter because, okay, we'll figure this out. So out of character, I have the half bet that Mercutio is like the head of security or an assassin or some shit like that at this point.
And I'm going to come back to Mercutio in just a minute. As you're wandering over there, I actually want to jump to Merime, because Merime has been entertaining these people. And as I say, you've had to use all your focus to do this, Merime, because, man, Mercutio has just been all over the place. Mostly just sort of being like, amazing, incredible, like the Doppler effect. I can't believe that you've ever been, like, as she's like walking around you and behind you and just everything, you just occasionally out of your eye, you just see purple, and then she appears. And of course, the retinue of people that have followed are just nodding, and they are just rapt. I'm curious how you're presenting your story. Like what are you emphasizing, and like what sorts of things are you saying to keep them entertained? And I assume you're also keeping an eye out for things. So I guess I want to know all of that.
Yeah. I mean, I know right now my main goal is keep the distraction off of Alarion and Nisiana so that they can do their work.
Okay.
I'm keeping her busy. I'm not giving them any details that would point to anything even remotely like we're important, that we're adventurers, that we're like, I'm focusing mostly on the security that is Alarion and Mia Tenton. So how they, and I'm flourishing with details. Of even I throw in some of the dress and some of the people who were there, and so I'm focusing on those details. I'm really trying to keep the tale exciting and riveting, but without giving them anything that is of at all any consequence. And I'm
okay.
Yeah, and I'm erasing my own battle fight in it. I'm a handmaiden. I am here to entertain my lady and to help her, of course.
And so as you're doing this, they're all sort of like, wow, And Mercutio, a couple of times, Doppler affecting past you, is just like, that's absolutely amazing. Did you do any of this fighting yourself? Because I find that it hurts an appetite too. I've found whenever I remember once there was someone who came up to me and actually pushed me in the market, if you can imagine, and I had to push them back, and I lost my appetite completely. Was it anything like that to you? As she like goes around you again.
I am suspicious. One of the things I'm keeping an eye on right now is just immediately around me, doing the Doppler effect, is I want to see if Mercutia responds to anything specific, or if there's anything that I feel she's fishing for, because I find her a little bit suspicious.
Make an insight check for me, please.
Very purple,
Very
but also
purple.
a little bit suspicious. 20, not natural.
So I'm just making sure I get those dice up there so people can see. You don't get the impression that Mercutia is... I mean, Mercutia is asking lots of questions for sure, but you get the impression that Mercutia just asks questions about everybody, because while she's doing this circuit around you, she's also asking questions. And when I say circuit, I don't actually mean that like she's rotating around you in orbit. I mean that she's just like talking to someone behind you, and then like in front of you, she's talking to somebody else. And so she's asking all these questions of everybody, mostly about like, you know, did you come for the party? And like, you know, have you tried the food because it's delicious? And also, you know, the stars are beautiful tonight and blah, 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 blah. And like, just that sort of thing. So you don't know whether she's looking for anything specific. She definitely is inquisitive, but she seems to be an equal opportunity inquisitive person, from what you can tell. So
that's fair. Okay, I will keep him entertained, and as soon as possible, I will excuse myself and go join my lady again. As soon as I'm sure they're not going to follow me or follow Ilarion.
Okay. And you do that, and with not a little bit of disappointment, the nobles sort of break up, talking them to themselves in their own parties and such. Tantin, you were heading over to the buffet table, I believe, after the whole like aborted attempt to get you involved in a magic trick. What are you doing once you arrive back there?
Once he gets to the table, he is going to pick up a couple of very tiny plates.
Okay.
And he's going to take them over to the gunwale, which is the railing on the side of the ship.
Yep.
And he's going to pull out one of his tools, and he's going to inscribe a rune to make it glow. Somewhere out in the gray, a little rock winks out. But he's going to take the plate and fling it off the ship and see how far out it gets before it lights up and falls into the sea.
Okay.
He's basically going to triangulate where is the center of this field so he can track down what's causing this thing.
Okay. But just so I'm clear about this though, you want to see when it winks out, because like
no,
it is magical now, right? I mean that you've made this thing, like this rune that you've created.
It would be if it weren't in a magical field.
Right. So the reason I'm saying that is because when you like try to huck it, it just basically falls right off the railing. So because it's not magically, unless that's why I was asking a question, because I don't think I'm understanding what you're doing, because it's not magically impelled, is what I'm saying.
No, it's not. What he's doing is he's making a glow in the dark frisbee, but he knows it's not going to start glowing until it gets a certain.
Oh, I see. Okay, but you are just using typical old regular physical force to impel the thing out. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't understand. So yeah, you
because
yeah, go ahead.
Right at the top of the gangplank is where the field starts, so he's figuring it shouldn't extend too far the other side of the ship.
That's right. And when you huck it out there, it's probably, I don't know, maybe 10 feet past the railing when it does in fact light up at that point.
So
and
he's
then
going to take a couple of plates and just go around the ship and toss them out and see if he can figure out where the boundaries of the field are, and from that extrapolate where the center point is that it's emanating from.
Okay.
What the hell are you doing with our dishware?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, here, I'll use a fork.
You know, I was like, okay. So as you are chucking plates off the side of the boat, I love this image. As you were chucking plates off the side of the boat, So Nisiana, Mermaid, you're making your way towards Nisiana, and Nisiana and Ilarion, you have been making your way towards Caesarea. Caesarea is standing and looking up, and you can see. First, you're not sure what exactly she's looking up as.
No, back,
What?
Shit.
What happened? What?
Nothing. I'm just thinking about, that's the cesarean section over there.
No. The
trend. Bad.
See? I told you.
So when you are when you head over this way again, you can see this person with the silver rings in her ears, and when you come close, Nisiana, she looks very quiet and sort of not even like really very enthusiastic. Is just kind of spending more time. Kind of the body language is not really interested, but when you arrive over there, she kind of looks at you, and it's not quite the Lyra like glare. She just sort of looks to see what, if anything, you're going to say. You're muted, I think. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I've been talking to the cat. I just basically am like, hello, my name's Nisiana.
And she nods and she says, and you notice that she kind of straightens up, and her face brightens a little bit, and she's like, well, hello, Nisiana. I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for my brother to speak. And she points up to the top of the forecastle, I believe, and standing at the top of that forecastle, she points out someone wearing a colorful, low-cut tunic. His dark hair is kind of done up in this complicated, almost swirling style, and he wears gold bands on his arms and gold rings in his ears. And you can see he's standing there, and he holds up a band. Yes. And he holds up a band, and the hand stops. He holds up a hand, and the band stops, is what I actually meant to say.
Okay.
And he pauses, and then he says, I am most glad to see everyone here today. Perhaps there is a measure of some positive quality to what it is we all went through during the last war. I have decided, as a celebration for the evening, to recite a poem which seems appropriate to the event by the renowned war poet Marios de Fearlan. Afterward, I'll be happy to speak to anyone who wishes. But it is important to recognize that this, though it is a poem of war, really speaks of the cost of that war. It is very clear that some have not fully understand that cost completely. Now, something odd happens here. Hi, Aziz. Something odd happens because Nisiana, and I would say Ilarion picks this up, and maybe Merime, although Merime's kind of making her way towards you, so I'm not 100% sure if you would. But certainly Nisiana and Ilarion pick up the fact, even without a check, that he seems to be glaring directly at where you're standing. It might not be at you, though. It might be at, apparently, his sister, Caesarea. But as soon as he says, some people don't understand the cost type of thing, he's just like, a very pointed stare. And
before you go on,
sure.
Greg, if I can follow that and trace it to where we think he is staring at, does the target of such a stare, the recipient, have any kind of response if it is indeed his sister?
You would be behind. The problem is right now you are behind the sister because she's facing away from you. The only one who might be able to pick that up is maybe Nisiana, but it's going to be not easy to pick that up. But you can try if you want, Nisiana.
You know what? I would like to try. Is that a perception check?
It is going to be an insight, but I'm going to have you do it at disadvantage. Unless someone from chat, of course, were to compensate with the power of advantage.
Help me out. This is one of my good things. I actually have a decent...
Help her, chat. You're her only hope.
Help me, chat. Yes.
Prince Justin has inspired Nisiana.
Yes.
But I'm sorry to say he's inspired Nessiana, who is not here. So unfortunately, God damn it. Thank you, Prince Justin. Appreciate it.
Thank
okay.
you.
All right.
All right.
That just means a
Insight.
normal roll.
I'm just kidding, Justin. I'm totally kidding. Okay.
All right. Insight. Here we go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
At advantage.
So, that's true.
Oh, it's-
no,
no,
not
no,
at
no,
advantage. No, just
Right.
compensating.
Normal
Yeah.
roll, but still.
All right. That's
26 ain't
that's
bad.
pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So what happens is, Nisiana, you were looking up at the sort of stair,
Yeah.
and you looked back down, and when you look back over, you can see that Cesaria is not there anymore, and you turn around quickly and see that Cesaria is slowly making her way to one end of the ship, and I need to make sure I find out exactly what part of the ship. Bear with me for just 1 second. Let me see. There's that. I don't care about that. There's this thing. Damn it. Okay. So there's that, which gives me the. Thank you to somebody. Thank you to the Reclusive Hero. It's good names tonight. Thank you to the Reclusive Hero for joining us. I'm glad that you weren't that reclusive in this case.
Exactly.
Okay. So there we go. That's what I was looking for. Can I just get a? Can someone get a goddamn map? All right. So.
Have this one. Does that help?
No. I appreciate the offer, but I need the specific one in this case,
Oh.
which is not that one. Okay. Is making the way towards the stern of the ship. So down in this direction, basically. There we go. Like down in that direction.
How many people are with her?
Nobody.
What is she headed towards?
It looks like one of the doors, maybe, or possibly stairs leading downstairs. Now, Larian, I don't think you see this, but Nisiana does. And Nisiana could point. Now, I know you don't have the. I was laughing in the green room chat. A lot of them been like, "Damn it! I really miss group telepathy. This sucks. I wish we had group telepathy." So you get addicted to the use of cell phones, and this is what happens. So you all get into your WhatsApp. You get into your WhatsApp, and then all of it. No. So you're making your way to the stern, of the ship. So you can't tell for sure, Alarian, like what, because you're not seeing it. But you could, Nisiana could point it out to you or something if you wished. Merime, you and here, let me explain this other thing. Merime, you are moving towards Nisiana. So at the moment, you see this person who's kind of moving. There's a couple of people moving past you in the other direction. So again, it's up to you, Nisiana. I'm not feeding you ideas. It's up to you as to what you want to do. But like,
I'm gonna follow her.
Okay.
I trust Alarian to have my back. So I'm like, I've already got it in my head that I'm following her because she seemed distressed, and I'm a healer, and this is part of my calling. So I am right after her.
Okay.
I will follow indeed.
As soon as I see them moving, I would follow as well.
Okay, so all of you are following. Tantin, I assume you're still hucking plates. Does that stop, by the way, when everyone gets quiet and the band stops?
Not necessarily, because it doesn't make any noise.
Right. I just had this image though of like, because in the back he's just kind of like, when the sky burns, the soldiers fall upon the, and you're just like, like out of the.
I mean, he's not throwing it as far as he can. He's got a pretty good idea where the field stops.
I know. I just really wanted you to be Captain American the freaking plates as.
He could be a bored noble throwing plates.
Oh man, it's a whole new idea for poetry slams. All right. So you're doing that, and now presumably though you would not like come up to where he is and be standing behind him. You just make, because he's on the forecastle, so he's standing up on the kind of top deck looking down at you. So
basically right near where I am right now.
Pretty close, yeah, but I mean not right at the railing or anything.
Right. I was heading up this way before he started talking.
Right. So. That's right. Okay, so as he is going on and he talks about the burning clouds above give no respite to the land below. It is upon us and one. And if we, and he's going on like this, and meanwhile, Nisiana, you're making your way through. Now I have a question here, Nisiana. If you're going to do this, there are a few people moving in either direction, but most people are standing respectfully listening. So are you attempting to how do I put this? Kind of make your way through the crowd without being noticed. That walk casual type of thing.
I'm more
Or-
casual than
Like
than
purposefully get out
barreling
of my
through.
way.
I'm not doing the heroic run.
Mhm.
Keep in mind who's following you.
I'm basically gonna try and skirt the background.
I'm going to
Whatever
ask.
the easiest path,
Yeah.
the path of least resistance is. And since I am a halfling and I am nimble, I shall do so, attempting to be unobtrusive.
I'm going to ask you to make a stealth check for me, please.
Oh dear.
You got this.
I cannot wait for Alarian to make this stealth check.
Oh.
Can't wait.
Okay, stealth. Here we go.
Okay, not terrible.
Yeah.
You're able to make your way, I think, with some reasonable. I mean, you're not silent, but people aren't paying that much attention. Merime and Alarian, assuming you were also trying to be not super noticed, I'm going to ask both of you to make stealth checks as well.
Yeah, let's go with not super noticed.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I know you're not
Like
like actually
metal
disappearing
man,
from sight.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, Merime, that wanted to stop on too. I was like very
Yes, it
excited about
did.
too.
Oh God. All right.
No problem, Merime. You're able to make your way over. Not terrible. They'd seem to be very interested in this. He seems to have moved on now to the third stanza, and then the morning, upon the gray which swept across the land, and you actually can hear a couple of sniffles in the crowd as you're making your way through, and people kind of dabbing their eyes as if this is a memory that is very powerful for them. Yes, they're literally dabbing. No, they're not doing that. They are not actually dabbing.
They're like,
Salute the brave. Yeah, exactly.
Listen, you. All right. So, and you
That's how we
notice.
do it in Eberron, boy.
So, so you watch as Caesarea makes her way through, and then as you are arriving or coming close, you can see that she actually slips down the stairs.
Oh. That wasn't where I was expecting her to go, but okay.
when you say slips down the stairs, you mean like Eddie
Falls
Murphy's
to her
Out of
death.
Bondage?
No, I
Yes,
meant
that's
like
what I-
clearly trying to kind of sneak her way down.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that
not
sort of thing.
tumbling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just hear, and
My shoe.
right.
I continue.
Wow.
Okay. So you make your way down. That means that we get another map. Dun, dun,
Yay.
dun, dun.
Went back a ways for that one.
All right. And sneaks into, breaks on through to the other side. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
This is actually the map of the main deck.
Yes, that's correct. And
This is the
And-
part where we actually get into the fight. Maybe.
here's where the battle begins. Okay. All right. And slips through as they comes out on the stairs here, and then slips through here. So you're just in time to see the stairs. Now, as you get to the bottom of the stairs, Nisiana,
Mm-hmm.
Caesarea looks over her shoulder. I need you to make a stealth check, please.
Oh boy. All right, here we go. Good luck.
Pretend you're looking for the washrooms.
Yeah.
I
So-
guess I'm not being stealthy. I guess I'm just gonna.
So.
8. That was an 8.
So her hand stops on the door and she looks over and kind of sees you as you're there at the bottom of the stairs. And she's like, "Can I help you?"
I'm so sorry, my lady. You look distressed. I'm a healer. This is what I do. I didn't want you to leave.
If you're a healer, then
So-
you should know there are some things that I would prefer to do in private, please.
Of course. I'm sorry.
She kind of glares. Now she is a little bit Lyra style, kind of glaring at you.
I'm very sorry, and I will creep back up the stairs and listen for the door to close.
Okay. And it does close, click.
I wait for a count of like 10
Okay.
and like stop Valerian from
Yeah.
barreling into me
It's very Scooby-Doo, right? Dun, dun, dun. Like, it's just like-
because I'm assuming he's
Yoinks.
coming down the stairs, and then I will peek down and look and see if she's actually in there and close the door.
okay. I love the idea that she opens the door and is like standing by it, just staring at the button. No, but she didn't do that. Yeah, she's gone. You don't see her, but you see the door where she was holding the door a moment ago.
And it's closed.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe that's
I'm going to see when I'm just like, she ran into another room. I don't know why.
maybe
I
that's
say that to Larry and I guess Mary May, because she's there.
Someone should go down and listen to the door and see if they can hear anything as to what is happening on the other side.
I point to Mary May.
Yeah, so look at Mary May as well.
I can do that. Okay, I will do that.
Just make sure she's okay.
Okay.
And
I
don't
will.
get caught.
I won't. You know
Caught
I'm
making
good
sure
at it.
she's okay.
Yeah, I've got this.
Listening at the door is a little bit more squidgy than being caught coming down the
No,
stairs.
you know what? I got this. I got this. She'll be okay. She's my servant. I told her to do it because I wanted to make sure the woman was okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, why don't you two make your way back up so we're not all like here, and I will come back up and
Okay.
report.
Oh, she's alone. That's a good point. Yeah. Back upstairs.
Yep.
Okay, Nisian and Lara go upstairs. Meanwhile, Tantan, upstairs it is. A sudden blow. The land of the rain and the storm strikes, and we are struck. As injustice reigns, what can we do? Crawling between earth and heaven, and like is going on about this. And again, people are, Tantan, you have to say as you're going around, you probably are paying more attention to this than you are to the poetry, but you do notice at the very least that the speaker, this person Tybalt, seems to be very convinced very convinced of his own sort of authority, and very convinced of his own authority, and is a confident speaker. And again, you can hear a number of people kind of like sniffling or, very quiet. Everyone really listening to all of this. So it literally is Tybalt. So,
You realize this means he's going to kill Mercutio before the end of this scene.
listen,
It'll be accidental, but it's going to happen.
It's going to happen. Damn it.
What's the name of the ship again?
The Montulette.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. I did notice that.
I know you did.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's just a cheesy portmanteau, guys. Don't get all worked up over it.
Oh.
Okay, Mary May, you sneak your way down the stairs and then up to the door. And you said you're just listening to the door, or what are you attempting to do with the door?
I'm going to just kind of pass by and listen to the door a bit, and then try to find a corner where I can keep an eye on things without getting in her way of her going back up the stairs.
Can we get your token on here too? Sorry to interrupt. Can you get your token in here too, just so I see where you are?
Yeah, of course.
Please.
Oop. I don't know where the actual door is.
Oh, sorry. Right
center.
here. It's this one right
Okay.
here. Those are the stairs.
Oh, but yeah.
And there's the
Well,
door.
it leads to the captain's quarters.
So I'll kind of listen, and then I'll kind of just head to a little area off to the side where I can see where she's come out, basically, or hear when she comes out, and then go in and see if I can sleuth what she was doing.
Okay. Let me have you make a stealth check then, please.
I'm sure I'll do great.
I have no doubt.
I got this. Oh, I do got this.
Okay. Yes, and not a moment too soon, actually, Mary May, because the minute you get behind that area, basically this sort of other flight of stairs, you hear the door open and you kind of just furtively peeking around, see Cesaria exit, kind of looking around and then closing the door behind her. And then for a moment stares in your direction, and you have this moment of horror where you're like, but then she turns away and goes over to the stairs that she came down from here in the middle, right here, and ascends them. So you have a moment.
I am going to go into wherever she was and see if I can see anything of interest of what she was doing.
Okay. So you see a couple of doors here, and you know the basic floor plan because, again, of what was given to you by Hilar. Where do you want to go then from here? Because basically you got storage basically over here. You have some chains and things like that for the anchor over here. And this back here, if all is what it should be, is the captain's quarters.
I'm going to go in the captain's quarters. I'm going to guess that's where she was or something. She doesn't strike me as a barrels or chains kind of girl.
Okay.
Like maybe the desk or something. Maybe she was doing something there or had a nap.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
Thank you
you. Right there in the corner.
Thank you, by the way, Kooky Canuck, very so much for the resub. I hope you're doing well. 46 months of support. Thank you so much, Kooky. Okay, so you're going over to, you said here for
I
this.
think
Okay.
so.
Okay, I would like you to make an investigation check for me, please.
Okay, investigation. I have got this.
So we're looking at what, an 11?
11.
So you find a number of different things, but you have some difficulty. So my question for you is, if you take a few extra minutes, you're pretty confident you'll be able to find something if anything was left here. But it's going to take you a few extra minutes. So the question is whether you're willing to do that or not.
I think I'm going to roll my hero point.
Oh, you certainly could do that. Absolutely.
I'm going to do that. I feel this is important enough. Which brings me up to 15.
Once again, would not have succeeded without that on this check. Yes. I love, by the way, that the hero points are getting more use now with this like super diplomacy thing than any kind of combat stuff that we've done to this point.
It's more that we know when the end of the game.
Oh, I see. Well,
not only that, it's to remind us. Oh, wait, you have the hero points to use, and this is a good time to use it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't want to be the guy who's like, okay, use it now. Like, I don't want to be like that. But
well, I know. It's just I just never remembered I had one.
Because I remember
wrote
it's
it in
there.
giant red.
But I never know when the end of the month.
No, I get it. You're Final Fantasy 7ing it, where you keep every item until the boss, and you're like, all right, here we go, Phoenix down, Phoenix down, Phoenix down.
Sephiroth down.
You can combat, but being diplomatic is like hard.
It's true.
We're more combat crew here.
Like, like far harder than. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right.
Can't use murder and nothing else has worked. Damn it, we're all out of ideas.
Okay. Let's see. Now, where did I put my thing? All right, bear with me just a second because I need to make sure I find the right item, because you find what looks like a letter. And so I want to make sure this is the right letter.
I hope
it's
juicy.
Complicated, detailed plot of the Emerald Claw.
The letter B.
The answer to the entire land of Eberron is okay. It's actually just a grocery list. It's just like, like
Sesame Street. It's like the letter B.
Onions, some bananas, overthrow the government, squash, a couple pumpkins,
Exactly. Okay. Wait, oh, there it is. Okay. There's that thing. And then we've got this thing.
Maybe it's all like this letter just slamming her brother's poetry and presentation.
Yeah, exactly.
He's such a show off.
It's written in a really hard hand. I hate him so much.
Yeah, just scratch right through the paper.
Into the desk. And on.
When I was a kid, he threw my favorite toy overboard. I hate him.
And then there was this time. Okay.
Now there's this fat guy throwing my expensive china overboard. Trigger!
This stuff is expensive.
Deep breath. Deep breaths.
I mean, admittedly, doing it in rhyme with the poem, but still, like, why? It's iambic pentameter throwing right there.
What does he think he is? Jethro Tull?
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I thought I had this thing, but apparently I didn't, but I'm going to in just a moment.
No worries.
So...
We obviously are on a fun tangent here, so we're good.
Okay, let's see.
The DM needs to buffer. We can absolutely entertain the crowd. It's fine. Don't worry about
it. Okay. So,
we're here to help.
All right, we're going to put that like that. And then we're going to...
Maybe someone in the meantime, people in the crowd, if you're going to be at Gen Con, let us know, because we're going to be at Gen Con. A bunch of us are.
I know, it's exciting. It's my first Gen Con.
Wear your mask.
Yeah.
Yes, please wear your mask.
It is required.
Please,
so,
yes.
Thankfully, yeah. And I just got my booster yesterday, so.
I don't care if it's required or not. Wear your damn mask.
Yeah, seriously.
Me, Marie, John, and Greg will all be in the same place at the same time.
I know, so exciting.
True. Very true. Okay, so here we go. So now I should be able to reveal it to all of you. This will be on Roll20.
Blagoskas.
And you find Blagothkas. No.
It's been a while. It's
That
true.
is not what you find. Okay. So here we go. And I'm going to show this to all of you now.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my God, there's blood all over it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, everybody.
Olivier.
Sorry.
All right. You should be able to see that now. And I'm going to let chat see it as well.
I don't know. This guy is bleeding all over it. What the hell's going on here?
All right. So the letter reads this way. Lord Olivier, the ship and routes you suggest are laughable. Surely you must mistake me for my vain sibling and expect me to fly into a fit of rage upon seeing this insult of an offer. Rest assured I am of far calmer mind than my brother, hence why my father refers you to me for business instead of him. The routes you offer are assuredly ghastly and out of the question, but that doesn't mean we can't negotiate. I trust your offer was merely a diversion, so I would become more amiable to any future haggling or knowing deception you may attempt. Consider me charmed, attentive, and offended, if not far less agreeable going forward with these dealings. Be warned, though I am patient. I shall not negotiate forever. I suggest another avenue of moving the wares instead of the path you suggest. Though Ondair may be the shorter route, I prefer Thranish convoys in place of bringing caravans through the sodden marshes of your wretched country. You know as well as I that valuable goods leaving from the towers of Fairhaven are more likely to be damaged, demolished, or stolen than they are to arrive safely in the correct location. A way through the rugged, lesser-known roads southeast of Arcanix is going to cost us no small sum, more than offered, something I'm truthfully not at all interested in. Of course, my lord, that's why the lower way through Thrain would be very much more preferable. If you cannot see this yourself, then you must be more craven than a skyraker thrush. Contemplate this with all your wisdom, Olivier. It would not be wise to shun my offer. Patiently, Caesarea.
Oh.
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 Oh. So if you just, while you were doing a very dramatic reading here, Greg, I was like, this letter is very messy. And I started just reading the letters that are in red. And can I try reading that?
What do you got?
Right? You saw it, right?
What do you got?
Okay, this is going to be a little bit choppy here. My love, I fear for your safety. You could be hang on, this is messy here. You could be, yeah, guys, I got this. Okay, I just made it bigger. So you could be killed. She is a spy, but so are you. I leave when the fireworks go off. Orsino, my love, come with me. I get a cookie.
I will tell you right now, you absolutely get a cookie because I would not have thought of that. Absolutely would not have thought of that. And maybe in 2 weeks from now, I would have been like, wait a second.
Wait a sec.
I'd actually just started, but Marie, very well for reading on the fly.
Wow.
I was going to type it, the freaking thing all out, but you got it.
I'm very pleased that Merame, the only one actually reading this letter, is the one who figured this out.
That's true.
That's true, yeah.
Crit Twitch was like, my brain totally missed this. I was like,
cookie, yay.
I totally missed it as well. So,
okay, so
yay, Marie.
Thank you. This reveals to us making it bigger help. It's because the M and the I were close, and then I just kept going. So it was and then it made sense. So we know then she is a spy. So there's a female spy here, but so are you, Orsino. So whoever Caesaria's lover is also a spy. So two spies.
Is it the lover, Lord Oliver? That's who it's addressed to.
Oh, that's true. So
Yeah.
Orsino must be his other name then.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's obviously he's supposed to get this letter and read the code in there, blah, 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 blah.
That's true. Okay,
I can't
so
see it cut out, yeah.
Oliver is a spy then.
but so is she. They both are.
Well, it says she is a spy, but so are you. So somebody else is a spy, another female there.
Oh wait, not her. Right.
Oh,
Right.
Right?
she's a spy. He is, and
But so
is
are
his
you.
sister. And one of them is being manipulated, and they are actually working for the Silver Lights. Remember?
Silver Torch. One of them is working. The Silver Torch is here, and they're after the Dark Lantern. Right? Dark Lanterns, Black Lanterns, whatever. So I'm guessing that there's one Silver Torch and then probably a Dark Lantern here too. Does that make sense? And they're both hidden here. And we know that the Silver Torch is trying to take down the Dark Lanterns.
Quick note, I think you're referring to Silver Flame.
Silver
maybe.
Flame.
No. That was the Braylon, the Secret Service of the Braylon King.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. Okay, we're specifying. Got it. Okay.
But we're not in her head, so we're not doing this yet.
That's right.
No. So
We're not on the bike yet.
I've got this code, and I'm going to fold. Am I going to bring the letter with me, or kind of see what unfolds?
Tanton upstairs, you hear, and Larry and Nisiana, you emerge to hear, and thus will our beloved dead upon the flowers of the fields rest. And we will, in our greatest doubt and glory, find that, and so that seems to be kind of coming to a wrapping up, possibly.
Wrapping it up. Yeah,
as Tanton has made it to the port side, hucking some more plates.
I'm going to leave the letter there. Just memorize the code that I deciphered, and I'm going to head up because I need to report this to the others that we need to keep an eye on Lord Olivier, and that there is a female spy on board too.
Okay. All right.
Oh, just a question though, for the name Orsino, yeah, sorry. Orsino, is that a Braylon name, or is that like
it could be. It doesn't stand out as one particular method or not.
Okay, perfect. That's exciting. Okay, I'm gonna go back up. Try not to look too excited.
Okay. When you get up to the top, and Tanton has just about gotten to the stern of the ship when Alarian and Nisiana, you see Merime emerge. And suddenly you also see or hear that my daughter is saying goodnight to me. 1 second. Hold on just a moment.
Say goodnight to her for us too.
Yeah, good night.
Okay. So, okay. So little Larv is heading to bed. All right. So, you have emerged and are watching, and Nisiana and Alarian. Actually, Nisiana and Alarian, where were you making once you got back up to the deck? Were you still trying to follow her at that point? Were you going back to like?
No, I would go back up to the deck to kind of loiter near the door.
Okay, but once she came back,
once she came
back and literally walked like right by us. Are we following or what?
Well, that's what I was wondering exactly.
Yeah. At this point, no. I'm far more interested in my sister, so I will watch where she goes. But I'm waiting.
Actually, let me do that because I'll be able to see over the crowd. I will watch where she goes.
Okay, or I will say,
that's true.
Watch her,
everybody and then Alarian.
Yep.
Like, can't see.
Wilt Chamberlain in the Lonely Mountain.
Exactly.
Okay. So, so you were able to watch as Zaria returns to her spot where she was before, and Tybalt finishes with, and thus the memory will never pass from the nation or from the lands in which we fought our final battle. Let it be so. And there's kind of a general murmuring, and then applause, and people are just, and then he nods and he says, please return to the festivities, but let us not forget what this ball celebrates and what terrible things were ended by the peace which we signed. And everyone kind of nods solemnly. And then he comes down and you see him walk over to where Caesarea is standing and begins to talk with her. And now you're a little bit of a distance because you're standing by the door. Nisiana and Ilarion, but you can see that the conversation seems to be rather, it's not yelling, but they seem to be animated. Let's put it that way.
Heated?
It's a very, no, but it's an animated conversation. It's very much like.
I actually will inform Nisiana that and then say, do we wish to get closer?
You can
With a
get
glance
closer.
towards the stairs where Mary hasn't quite come back yet.
I was just about to say, but Marimay does, as you're sort of looking
Right.
that way.
Like,
As does Tanton, who has gotten all the way around the ship and seems to be has a bunch of these little plates.
Not many.
Not anymore.
Probably has like 2 now.
Yeah, right.
you can get closer. She's probably still mad at me.
Hmm.
Marimay will stay with me.
No, wrong. Mary should go. I am too much attention. Send her instead. Please.
Well, what I want to know what she found.
We need to know what they're talking about right now. She can tell us in a minute. Unless, like, 10 seconds to sum up.
Oh, that is too much.
We don't look at Marimay.
Murray.
So I'll just lean in. I'll go. Olivier is a spy. There's also another female spy here. I'm not sure who's with which quarter, and then I'll turn and go listen in.
As the other 2 are like, wait, what?
Humperdinck is trying to.
I'm happy. She got me the salient points, although she didn't say that.
Olivia
the
is a
sister's in love
spy.
with him.
Another one is a spy, and
Another female, another woman spy.
Another
on
woman
board.
The one thing she left out was that the sister is having an affair with what's his face, but we'll catch that later.
I can only do so much here.
That's too much. Let me sum up.
I look to see. I'm like, where can you see Olivier?
I
Lord
will scan
Olivier.
for
Look
Olivier
for-
since I actually got a good look at him when she was talking to the 2 of them. Is he on the deck somewhere?
I would like you to make a perception check for me. Marimay, you're making your way up to Cesaria. I would like you to roll a d6 for me, please.
Me?
Boy.
Okay.
Yes, you.
Me?
Not me.
Moi? Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I rolled an 18 on my perception.
You do think that you see the Olivier standing over to the port side, kind of leaning back with his elbows against the railing, watching as well, having watched Tybalt sort of conclude, and is now kind of standing by himself, thoughtful. That standing by himself may well be just his reaction to the poem, because there's some other people there who were sort of thinking the same thing. And you notice that the party itself, like people have, it hasn't like died down to nothing, but people are definitely a little subdued after the
A
reading
little more
of that poem.
somber about it, yeah.
Exactly.
Tybalt the buzzkill there, yeah, exactly.
I
Jeez.
know, right? Okay.
I will point him out to Nisiana in case she wishes to go to him. Or if we need to follow
Is
him
he
too.
talking with anybody?
At the
He
moment,
is,
no.
he is alone. He seems to be thinking about maybe the poem. I don't know.
Okay, I'll head in his direction, but I don't actually have a plan yet. So I'm just
Wait, so
Perfect.
and as you start going, you feel a hand on your shoulder, like, whoa, what is the plan? We are not supposed to. What do you tend to do? Engage him in conversation?
maybe. I haven't thought
All
that
right.
through.
Okay, well,
I
that's
sound
why
like I'm
we're-
going to accuse.
That's why we're talking about it now, because remember, we're not supposed to reveal the spies are.
I know.
Okay. Okay. The words not thinking something through fill me with dread. Just as long as you're aware of that. On your way.
Well, I should move us back up to the top deck.
All right.
Okay.
What
Now,
is the Tanton doing?
uh,
I actually suddenly realized. Wait, what?
Juggling some plates.
as you look now, you can see that Tanton has just, it looks like chucked a plate off the side of the boat and is looking at it and then sort of nods, I suppose. I don't know, but that's the last plate, Tanton.
Is anybody watching him chuck plates? Can I tell?
It's only like 5 or 6 plates. It's not like he's doing it every 6 feet, you know.
I really
was
wanted
some
it. You'd have
really
all
good-
stacked though. Just like
It was some really good poetry. That was obviously the thing. Yeah.
If he could like enchant one of the things to play music, he would just have it playing saber dance. I
I thought it was going to be Darude Sandstorm.
saber dance. Go with the classic Circus of the
That's
Stars.
true. That's true. No, it's great. It's great. I agree.
No, she just realizes that he's been on his own this entire time, and now she looks and he's throwing plates. She's looking to see if anybody else is like following him or marking him, or he's about to get thrown off the boat
with the plates. After the last plate he threw, he stops and he kind of faces back towards the party, and he gets a look that you've seen on his face many times.
Oh no!
When he is suddenly going, like there's mathematical formulae flying around in front of his face. He's working.
I look up at Larry and I'm like, oh God, he's thinking.
Larry glances over. Could be good. Could be bad.
Could be bad.
That's when Tanton thinks. We don't know what happens. Like if it's a thing, good or bad.
Is there such a thing as a chaos artificer, Arv? Are we inventing that right now?
Yeah, really. Sort of. Merime, as you're making your way, so Alarian and Nisiana are kind of making their way roughly towards Olivier, although Nisiana now has stopped and is looking back at Tanton.
Well, no,
because that's the only way that this happened. While Merime is walking forward, Merime, someone, and you see it is kind of a staggering half-elf, kind of walks and then bangs into you and spills wine down the front of your clothes. And is like, oh, I'm so terribly sorry. I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry. I don't understand. This ship should be more stable. They should lock it in place. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I can clean it up with prestidigital. Give me just a moment, and starts waving and does absolutely nothing. And he's like, the words aren't quite right. The accent's on the second syllable.
No,
maybe I'll try
Thank you.
Thank you. We can't use magic here.
Yeah.
Try presto imitation.
But I don't clean-o, Mr. Clean. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. And the wine is like the red staining kind, Merime. And you can notice.
I am wearing a darker dress at
least.
That's
true. That's true. It just sort of is dark in your dress. You also notice now that Tybalt seems to have finished whatever this discussion was that he was having with Caesarea, and now is kind of moving off and is just sort of staring out at the starboard rail. And Caesarea is just kind of standing there and looks a little frustrated. Meanwhile, the half-elf in front of you is like, let me make it offer to you. I have money that I can give you for a new blouse that will be better. This magic doesn't work here. I perhaps need to work on my intonation. I need to work on that.
He invents the first half-elvish rap. Yes.
Sort of almost falls over into you again.
No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, but I really must get going.
All right. Good luck then. Godspeed. I mean, Eberron speed. I'm going to get some. What happened to my wine? I spilled it. I remember. I'm going to go this way. You go that way, and I'll go this way. And then he bangs into someone else. I'm sorry. There's no wine in it, though. I already spilled it all just a minute ago. And, you're now making your way up. Caesarea, you notice, is now sort of kind of turned away and is sort of facing towards the front of the ship, the bow of the ship, basically.
And she's alone right now?
At the moment, although there are a group of people around her. So it's just sort of like this. Literally, Tybalt just left her, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds ago, probably. So. And
she looks frustrated. She just kind of.
Now her back's to you, so you don't know yet. Okay. She was looking frustrated. Yeah.
I'd want to kind of get a glance at her and just kind of keep an eye on her to see, because she obviously know who both spies are.
Mm-hmm.
So we know Olivier, one of them, and then she knows who the she is. She is also a spy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think beating it out of her is the right thing to do, but I want to see if I can catch her. If I can basically catch her giving away who the other spy is, because she's worried for him.
Mm-hmm.
She's afraid that he'll get killed. I'm guessing that she's afraid that this other spy is going to kill him.
So how do you want to that all makes sense. Do you have any specific things you're going to try to do to gather this info?
I'm going to keep an eye on her. I'm going to assume that she might cast worried glances or even just extra glances or pay extra attention to someone
Okay.
in the area when she does move. So I want to kind of put myself off to the side a little bit and keep an eye on her.
Okay. One thing I can say is that when you get sort of opposite and kind of, do the side glance type of thing, you don't need an insight check to see that she is quite angry. Her body language is closed and her face is down, she's facing a little bit towards the deck, but her expression is just like she's just had this like very intense discussion and is not happy about it. So there's that. While you were sort of paying attention to that, Tantin, do you at some point start making your way back towards Nisiana and Larian? I guess not Merime at the moment, but Nisiana and Larian, or what do you do?
He's been calculating where the center of the field is.
So he's just standing in the one spot, where he threw the last plate, and is like processing.
Pretty much.
Okay, gotcha. So that's the way that is. So that means Larian and Nisiana. What are the two of you doing? Oh, you were making your way gradually. No, well, do you keep, because Tantin is clearly just standing there now calculating, doing the Winona Ryder meme where there's just there's all these equations.
I basically tell Alarian to keep an eye on him to make sure that he doesn't do something Tantin-ish. And I'm still making my way in the direction of Lord Olivier.
Okay, I will split my attention and keeping one eyeball on.
I trust you to have multiple strains of thought.
Well, yeah, it's a pretty just like Tantinish that's the scary part. Yeah. So, yep.
They are called tantinabulations. Thank you.
There you go.
I'm so sorry. If a tantabulation happens, do something about it. If it needs doing. I mean, he may just go, aha, and that will be it.
And leaps off the railing. It's just like,
my plates!
I hope I'll go back for more hors d'oeuvres. That is my hope. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just at the bottom of the ocean, right? So the bottom of the river.
Truth be told, he's been paying a lot more of attention than I'm used to him paying. So him getting to the point where he's been throwing plates and stuff is, I'm like, okay, all right, I understand that. Okay. Wait, now he's thinking. Ooh.
So with that said then, Alarian and Nisiana, you have made your way up towards where Olivier is. And you are now just sort of, you come up close to him. And you can see he is kind of staring, not staring, but he's just sort of lost in thought, kind of stroking his beard occasionally.
All right. Well, then I'm going to. It's like.
I'm sorry.
It's like, I know what I'm going to do now. I'm going to go talk to him.
You got this.
I do. So I will walk up next to him and say, excuse me, I'm very sorry to interrupt your thoughts.
Ah, yes. I believe it was Lady de Jarasco, was it not?
Yes, Lord Olivier. There is something familiar about your ring, and I don't know what it is. And if you don't mind me asking, may I know about it? Your signet ring?
Oh, well, and he kind of looks at it. This has been in my family for some time. The House Valette is very much occupied with the hunt, you see. And, well, this dog has been the symbol of our family for some time. And I must admit that even though the hunt itself has fallen out of favor, I have myself a somewhat sensitive memory. And I remember some of the better moments being held while involved in the hunt, with my father in particular. That's all. Simply a memento, a keepsake, I suppose. I don't know whether your symbol there has anything meaningful to say to you beyond what its utility, but this has some true meaning for me.
I absolutely understand that. And this symbol, it is a symbol of my faith and my faith in Eberron. Now,
it is good.
GM,
yes.
House Valette. What do I know about House Valette?
You don't really know anything about House Valette particularly. There are many, many small houses, though. I mean, like literally, probably hundreds. They are not it's clearly not a dragon marked house, that's for sure.
Right.
But you have definitely there are far more small houses than you could ever keep up with, and it's possible this is one of those. You're not familiar with the snarling dog dog
Yeah.
hunt thing, but that's just literally because there's a bunch of tiny houses.
Like, again, forgive me. I don't know very much about House Villette and the House of Hunting.
Well, there's not really much to say. I used to be part of a house which was in the ascendancy, but we have fallen on some harder times, and as a result, we are somewhat limited in our expression of our, well, let us say our authority, our position. We received an invitation to the Armistice Ball because we performed some small service in the war, but truthfully, it's probably more out of a respect for history than anything real. I managed to keep the house running. It's enough for our servants and perhaps a few families who rely upon us, but if I'm being truthful, House Follette does not have the name that it once did. Perhaps someday that will change, perhaps. Certainly, I would like to avoid what brought all of us to this point. And he kind of like strokes his chin as if he's thinking.
Is there anything someone like me can do to help?
Well, I'm not sure what you could do. You are a healer. That
I
gives
am
you
a healer.
value. You can do many things through your healing, for people certainly need it. But, well, I can't think of anything in particular that would come to mind. It is simply a matter of
Well,
living one's values as much as one can, and you can't really help with that, I suppose.
perhaps, I mean, maybe my aunt can help. I mean, if I mention it to her.
Well, I don't know. House Durasco, of course, is a powerful house, but we are not a dragon-marked house as you are. And,
Yes, but if you provide a valuable service and the House of the Hunt, please forgive me. I don't know what that means.
it means that we are involved in hunting, food gathering, things which are important to the nation of Brayland at an earlier time. But not now. Like other things, all things fade in time. And
Yes, but they can rise again.
perhaps. It is my duty to maintain my house, regardless of whether it is a fading one or one on the ascendancy. Perhaps, though our moon wanes, perhaps it may wax again in the future. Who can say?
Well, you now know my name, and if you can think of something, please let me know, and maybe I can pass something along to someone.
And he sort of takes a deep breath. I appreciate that. I will
You
consider
didn't
it.
shoo me away. I appreciated that.
And he gives, for the first time, he gives a slight smile and he says, "Unlike Lady Lyra, you mean? Yes, she does not suffer fools gladly, and to Lady Lyra, everyone is a fool."
Well, there are people like that. I've noticed that sometimes people like that must feel heard. It's something that I learned in the hospital. And I believe she is one of those people. And it's true. Older generations have valuable things to teach us all, whether some of us don't see it when it's right in front of our faces.
True. I suppose any kind of information that we can glean from the older generations has some value. Again, they understood this notion of duty, and I must admit that I find the question of duty to one's nation, one's people, and, of course, one's house to be enormously important, but some focus on only duty can be difficult, I think.
Well, we all have to evolve.
Yes. Evolve. It's true. Duty does not mix with everything.
Of course not. It never does.
In the
But we
end,
all make choices.
he nods and he kind of pushes himself off the rail and he says, "In the end, I think you must choose duty or something else. be it traitor to either yourself or your honor. It's not an easy choice, but these times call for hard decisions.
It is never an easy choice to choose duty or your heart or your passion.
No.
But look to the things that you grew up on, your foundations. That is one of the things about our favorite grumpy lady. Foundations are important.
One would hope that in the end one can grow beyond one's foundations.
Of course.
And he
How
nods
else
and he
can a house
says,
grow?
but despite these pleasantries, there are some others I must speak to as well. But I appreciate the conversation, Lady Durasco.
Thank you for indulging my curiosity.
And he bows slightly, and then he departs. And as he departs and just sort of heads off, basically, I think, to the southeast, basically the starboard side of the ship.
Mhm.
Tanton, how long are you working on this equation before you think you have have it calculated in your head? Like, do you have a sense of the general, like, triangulation point, so to speak?
It probably wouldn't take him that long.
Okay.
Probably maybe a minute.
So I would say then, if you were to then tell me, once you're done, am I guessing you turn and like look in the direction of like where the triangulation point would be if I'm
Pretty much, yeah.
okay. So I would like you then to make a perception check here, and I'll ask you to do that at advantage.
I would like to use my hero point with this.
That seems like a wise idea.
You said perception?
Perception, you can use your hero point, and that'll be definitely useful when you go into the next 3 parts of the... God damn it! No, I'm just kidding.
Because his perception's very low.
Okay. Yep.
So the hero point is...
Well, you're going to roll the 1d6, but remember, you get to see first what the roll is before I tell you if it's a success.
So 15 plus a d6.
Wow.
6. So
Well,
21.
all right. So, that turns out to be quite useful. So with that 21, you look, and for this, I don't suppose any of you have ever read Ender's Game? Have some of you read Ender's Game?
Long time ago.
Okay.
Long time ago, but I read it.
So
Yep.
there's a sequence in Ender's Game where Ender, who is a genius, a military genius, is looking at this description of these creatures that are called the buggers, basically, in the book, who attacked Earth multiple times. And what Ender is able to see watching this array of creatures is that although it looks almost completely random, eventually he notices that there's one sort of person that's kind of, or one ship that's the focal point. Like everything kind of is chaotic, but it all pivots around that central focal point. And Tanton, that's what this feels like to you as you are watching, that eventually you get the sense that there is one person kind of standing roughly equidistant between the 2 tables, actually, right around here-ish or so, who is dressed in a green robe. She is not particularly tall. She appears to be perhaps a human female. Her hair is blonde and is pulled back into a ponytail. She has on a dark green dress. And if you were not paying attention for this person would completely blend into the background. It would look like any of the other nobles, or, not a servant, but definitely just like one of the many nobles that's around there. But you note that she is standing by herself. You note that she is sort of looking off to the side, and you notice that her lips are moving. And very quietly, very small, just sort of like that kind of thing. So you can just make it out. And you can't obviously hear it, but you can see this person. I don't know if you do anything with that knowledge, or you're just like,
oh, I'm going
now
to.
you
I
leap
just
over the
don't-
railing. No, you can
Oh,
tell
no.
me. No, you could tell me now what you do in terms of actual action or movement before I jump back to the others.
Let's see, which of the folks is closest? Because they're all kind of over there.
Ilarion, probably.
He's paying attention to you.
Right.
Yeah, with one of his eyes.
Yeah, that's more than usual. So, yep.
But he's also still watching over Nisiana.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
And since Merime is probably over there too, he would make his way over there, and just as he gets in close enough now, returning to proximity of the group, presumably, especially the people who've been like, "Oh no, what's he doing?" That would notice his approach, and so when he's like lean in, sort of thing, that he's going to say that woman of the green robes between the tables is responsible for the field. If we need to get rid of it, shut her up.
Okay.
So who are you
Alrighty.
actually saying that to?
All of us.
Okay.
But only basically as Tanton walks over, he kind of makes sure that everybody's in the group is paying attention to him, and he's like,
Right.
come in a little closer. And when everybody leans in, presuming nobody else goes, "Ooh, is this interesting?" Or whatever. Which
10 other nobles.
yes, and as they come in, he just kind of puts a finger in the middle of their forehead and pushes them back.
Get out of the huddle. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, he makes sure that everybody else in his group knows what's going on.
Okay.
I think I'm still near Caesarea. I
That's
don't think
right.
I'm.
Yeah, Merime's not there, but Larian and Nisiana are. So I assume Tanton could say that to them, and I was just about to come to Merime because Merime, as you were standing there watching, you then there's a moment where you see Caesarius kind of looking off to the side, and then sort of goes over to the railing. Her brother has already moved now and has gone down. Tybalt has gone down to the south, the stern, I should say, of the ship, and she's just sort of staring at the railing. And as you take a step, you hear a voice coming from the forecastle. And as you look up, you see that it is, you were there when Jovi was talking about all the people, right, Merime? I think you heard that.
Yeah.
So you probably didn't notice this too much. But you hear the voice of this person who was a little hard of hearing. And you can hear, as the band stops again, "Before we go any further, I think it is important to understand, as Tibalter Starn revealed to us just several minutes before, the losses that we took. And it is important to understand the generals who fought within the last war. It is about military knowledge that I would speak, but military knowledge is nothing without those who put that knowledge to use. It is the generals who fought. It is those who fought and followed their orders. I can see some of you now, some of you as I stand, that I recognize very closely, and some of you who were even charges of others with whom I worked, and I would pay tribute to all of you in turn. There are some, perhaps, who would know." And then his eyes flicker over, and he looks down at you, Merime, and then sort of looks a little bit past you, and he says, "And indeed, there we have one, and not dressed at all for the occasion. Come up, my old friend. You, of all people, should be able to speak to what this war meant to you. I present to you, good people, a Brailish war hero of the finest order, General Hilar Brassal." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
Oh.
Okay.
I'd like to note that while wandering around and doing his calculations, Tanton has been sharpening the edges of the remaining 2 plates that he's carrying.
Suddenly Tron.
Right.
Wow. So I realized I had never turned the music back on after it was shut off for the poem, but so I apologize. Good stuff today, folks. This was super, super cool to watch you folks work through this. And I am very excited to see how part deux of the ball proceeds as we get through this. It's going to be very, very fun. Fun to see each of you getting a chance to kind of pick up some things, interact with people, get a sense of some of the tensions and interactions and interactivities. And of course, the stuff that we get from the letter, I'll talk about that when I get to Marie with Merime, is going to be pretty clutch. So you haven't figured out everything yet, but maybe you figured out some things if you can spend enough time. You can get through everything else to be able to get there in time. Starting with round 2 of the Song That Never Ends, Darude Sandstorm. My pleasure. Hell, I do what I can. I'll start with the bottom right of our ziggurat here. John Alarian had a chance to be the strong silent type in much of this, but also had the chance on multiple occasions, had some people who kind of interacted them. I love the idea that you basically just arrow cut the guy who was trying to be like, why don't you tell us more about the thing,
Swapping war stories. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And instead you were just kind of like, nope, how about you deal with this, Merime? And so you were over there with Nisiana. I was loving the Scooby-Doo aspect of some of what you folks were doing, but also, trying to figure out a way to, be close enough, but not too close, and to be able to scan the crowd. But so we got a lot of the sort of physical benefits of Alarian's kind of makeup ended up being helpful for this. And you got a chance to observe quite a bit in the background. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks see you next?
This was really interesting, given this is not Alarian's forte, and especially the role that the group had assigned them is even less able to interact. And yes, I found my finest moment to escape the woman in purple and put Merime in her path.
Yes.
That was quite a little bit of dexterity and legerdemain that I enjoyed quite a bit. But this was a lot of fun. It was fun watching. It was fun actually shadowing Nisiana and watching her interact and do what she did. And they have some comments for her afterwards, but most it's fairly positive that she's better at this than she knows. And yeah, we did find out quite a bit. Do we have all the pieces? Hard to say, but the plot thickens over here on the boat and all this nonsense is happening. And yeah, so the question is now, what do we do with all this information we have? So yeah, good times. Very much looking forward to the next session, which unfortunately will be after Gen Con, which the good news is Gen Con's there. So yay.
Right.
And as folks have said, Jen and Marie and myself will all be at Gen Con. I'll be typically most of the time manning the Catalyst Game Lab booth, so stop on in, see some of our wares. There's a lot of press going around about the Alpha Strike box set for Battletech that's going to be there. Have to get in the plug because it's already been plugged enough, and so people are very excited about that. But pop in, and of course we'll be around at the convention and hither and yon and all that. I can't wait to be there. It should be fun to actually see people in the flesh for me the first time in a couple of years. So it's going to be great. Yeah, and now we've gotten onto the boat. Do we make it off alive? That's the big question. And I guess actually, this is not over. So Jen and I actually made a bet about what was going to happen, but we're still on the boat. So the bet is still in play, Jen. We're not done yet. So we'll have to see next time.
I look forward to seeing how the bet actually happens. Yeah. And I had this image of being like, good people. It's like Columbo, but without all the pieces together. Like, does it win? Okay, there's stuff. This person's a spy, but we don't know. There's someone else a spy. One of you is a spy. Like staring around.
I can't wait for Trent to do that to everybody. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun. It'll be great. It'll be great. So.
And he might.
There is no magic permitted. And it's accused. It's going to be fun to see that. But yes, looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks, John, of course.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to continue this as well. So good stuff from Alarian tonight. Moving right on up. Yeah, Jen, some very, very good, I think, moments of role play here for you. A lot of things that you had to kind of navigate. I think you've done a good job too in playing Nisiana as someone who's asking questions and doing so in a smart way without being like super devious, just kind of like, interesting, well, tell me more, like this kind of thing, which would not really fit Nisiana, or just being dumb about it, just kind of being like, well, I don't know anything about this here intrigue. Can you tell me? You instead, you were very much I think, playing Nisiana, but also trying to gather information. And also, figure out certain things that didn't all go well. You had a chance to get some information from Lyra. You had a chance to get some information from Olivier, obviously. And then you went down the stairs and you almost got caught. And so that didn't work exactly the way you hoped. So there was a good kind of like rolling with the punches and figuring things out as you went through this. And all of that was necessary because as you say, you haven't put all the things together, but you've gotten a lot of the pieces, and there'll be a lot more for Nisiana to do on that score in our next session. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a very good time. I just kind of decided to treat this like a hospital where everybody's injured in some way or another. And generally people are. They generally are injured in some way or another. And you're just like, okay, just roll with it. I mean, as for the other her spy, based on the women we've met, it's either the grumpy one or the purple one. It's one or the other. And honestly, based on role playing and everything, I would say it's probably Mercutio or Mercutia. The purple one.
Mercutia.
Everybody else, like some people are like, oh, it's the grumpy. No, it's the purple one. I don't know who it is, but the one who wanted information or the one who was trying to somehow influence the guy that I got to tell me about the house of hunting, a waning house. Interesting. And I'm like, I don't know how to advise this guy because I don't know anything, but I know he's a spy based on what the picture said. So, okay, just be me. And no, I had a good time. I'm very much looking forward to figuring this out. MVP to Marie though on the letter. Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't even think of. I thought, man, that is a really messy letter. And then I turned it off, and I'm like, I'm not reading the letter, so I didn't really pay attention to it. But I did notice it was messy. Didn't even occur to me that it might be a code. So I enjoyed it, and currently I'm online as Jennifer Brozek on Twitter and Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram if you want to see more of my cats. For those writers out there, I have an open call. Do you want to write for me? Full on write for me. And I'm the one reading the slush, so make it good. 99 Fleeting Fantasies. I have just put it into the chat. Any type of fantasy, as long as it has a fantastical element. Woo me, impress me, make me think of your story. You have until the 15th of August to send in your story. 500 to 999 words. I've got some really awesome headliners already lined up. Otherwise, I'll be at Gen Con. And if you're there, I have a booth in Authors Avenue. I will be part of the Writer Symposium. And there is a no shyness circle around me. If you see me, come up and say hello.
Thank you, Jen. And also looking forward to seeing you, as we just talked about, in a couple of weeks. But good stuff today. And as I say, good role play and stuff like that. And I look forward to chatting with you in person later on. Moving right along. Thank you again. And I 100% agree that Marie did that. It was super clutch. It's funny because when we were first going through, like, actually, wait a minute. And for a moment, I was looking down. So I just heard, wait, I think I have. So I was looking up and I was going to be like, this better be Marie who came up with this idea, because if someone's just kind of like, you know what, I have an idea, that kind of thing. But no, Marie was just like, while you were doing this and reading it out dramatically, Greg, I was thinking about this, and I was like, well, outstanding. And then sure enough, just kind of read through that thing, and it narratively is beautiful. Merimée goes down, goes in there, sneaks in, hasn't been seen by Caesarea. Nisiana and Ilarion were, goes into the thing, right, opens the thing and then is reading the letter and immediately kind of puts together that code and unlocks a part of the puzzle, at least. So that was really good stuff. And I agree. I don't know. I think John had said that John was thinking about it as a possibility, but John wasn't there technically, or Larian wasn't there.
Right. Exactly.
I don't know,
Yeah.
Tren, if you were thinking about that as a code or not. You were, okay. But Tanton also wasn't there. So the only
That's
people
why I
that were
didn't say
actually,
anything.
the only people that were actually there in the room were Merime, and Merime did the job there. So that was good stuff. And also, of course, going up and looking at Caesarea and having to deal with Vision and Purple Lady and all that stuff. There was a lot going on there. So it was fun to watch you work through that. And that was one of those like good moments when the code had been deciphered. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed today's session. I liked all the little pieces, and I like the fact that Merime has to try to find her way now because she doesn't have her sword, she doesn't have her magic, and she can't offer telepathy. Like, so she's like, she feels some limited usage, like in a way, like she knows she's still got some, to bring stuff, but now she needs to be on her A game and rely on her other skills and thinking and all that to be able to bring something to the party. So she is she enjoyed today's session a lot. Yes, I was very happy with the code. I almost interrupted you partway, like, wait, Greg, I think I see something.
I'm glad you let the dramatic reading continue, though, because by the time you got through, you're like, you know what? And then you started reading again, and you could imagine people being like, ooh,
Yeah.
So just sort of, and I love the image of you standing over the desk with the, letter, like just looking at it, trying to calculate it in your head. Yeah.
Like, wait, I got this.
Yeah.
I had to like blow it up to my whole screen to be able to see it because of some
I had to
way
max it out on my screen too. I was just like,
I can't. I just need to see what this is about.
Yep.
So yeah, I had a lot of fun today. It was fun to see Merime have to kind of branch out into what she usually leans back on. And also to, like, in her head, it's like her sister is safer with Ilarion than with her, even because Ilarion can be a shield. She can't. She doesn't even have her armor on right now, right? So it's like, Ilarion, Scott, and Sienna, I can be helpful trying to sleuth things out other places, and Tanton is doing something very useful as well. I'm sure.
Sure he is. No doubt.
Was it Nisiana who first saw, by the way, was like, has anyone seen Tanton? Was that it?
Yeah,
this
I was
image
just
of
like, wait a second.
Nisiana turning around and there's Tanton like just chucking plates off the side of the boat. Oh man.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and next I'll be at Gen Con. Come see me at Gen Con. Come say hey. I'm very excited. It's gonna be my second time meeting Jen in people. We're going to run around the dealer's room even with my broken foot. Trust me, very little stops me in this world. And I'm going to meet John in people for the first time. I'm very excited. And Greg, I've lost count of the amount of times I've seen you, but it's always a pleasure.
A good one. That's right. Exactly. It's always good to see each other in person. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm very excited for that. It's going to be my first time there. I've got my American money. I am so ready to roll. Go.
Very, very awesome. And and border guards better treat Marie nicely, both directions. I want to be clear. Although it's really the U.S. border guards you have to worry about more than the Canadian.
I am driving this time. It's going to be so much easier. It's going to be 2 days of travel, but it's going to be so much nicer than flying. The borders and the airports are a pain right now, but online, apparently they're much nicer. So I'm going to enjoy that a lot more, I'm sure.
It'll be great, and I'm looking forward to it. And safe travels and good luck. Please keep us posted on how the foot is when you do the CT scan and all that stuff. Because,
I shall.
I mean, like to the degree you want to, but I'm just saying, like let us know how things are going. And that's true. Prince Justin is going to be there. I believe Triffid is going to be there, so you'll be able to meet some of these folks there as well.
Yay! I'm so excited.
That's going to be good stuff. But thank you, Marie, and safe travels, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks as well. And last but certainly not least, the only person I will not see in person, so I still have not met this person in person, but soon, someday this will happen. And that, of course, is Tren. Tren, I mean, again, Tanton's stuff that you were doing, first of all, the very sort of sense of, which is partially an act, of course, but is also an actual amount of like being irritated that, God damn it, why don't I have to take my armor off and like the whole business. I was also amused that you were also like, the last time we gave up all our armor and weapons, so that was funny. But also then the stuff with the plates, I in the video you folks will see again at the outro, I think it was the idea that I originally got from Jen, actually, which was the idea that Nisiana was the heart. And I started thinking about the fact that really all the elements of this team have something that they bring to the table. And obviously Tanton we talked about as being the brain. So the idea of Tanton doing something which is very like Doctor Who-ish and a little bit like, why are you doing this? But there's very real reasons to do it, means you have this parallel, not different from, not like wildly off, like you're off like going to work on Spanner or something while everyone's doing work. Like this also might be important to figure out what's going on with this anti-magic thing. So that was very cool to me, to watch that being played out. And I was also, amused at I was wondering how you were going to deal with the halfling magician, whether you were just going to be like, get out of my way, or, no, and that type of thing. That was kind of funny as well. And just the image of the guy doing the elegy while you're just like chucking plates was really cracking me up. Plus your party being like, what's Tanton doing? Like, well, like, has anyone seen our kid? It was very funny. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
With regard to the magician, I mean, Tanton did exactly what the guy asked him to do. He's like, pick a card. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
And,
no question.
He
did.
The instructions.
He didn't blow him off.
Letter,
No, that's true. It's quite true.
So now he's got a 2 of whatever stuck in his bodice. Whatever the hell he's wearing now. Not that I haven't worn a bodice before. I have. Just, I was younger. Technically, I was still in the army, but anyway. It's a story I told the story multiple times, but whatever. Yeah, I was just like, okay, given how loud Tanton can whistle for Spanner, he's definitely within audible range for that whistle. If he whistles for Spanner, Spanner will hear it and come running. However, if we don't negate the field, by the time Spanner gets to the top of the gangplank, he'll just collapse and be like, damn, right. Yeah, I thought today was a lot of fun with the when Nisiana was following her downstairs and she's like, there's some things I want to do alone. I was looking at the map and I'm like, there is a toilet right there. And I'm just like, oh. And then she came out really fast. I'm like, no, that's not what she was doing. That was way too quick. There is no way. That's what, nah. So I've got plenty of other things that are mulling about in my mind, simmering for things that I've noticed that I'm like, okay, clock that.
Yep.
Clock that. All righty. Okay. Got it. All right. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. As for where people will see me next here on Tuesday.
Yeah. For Adventures to Middle Earth, where we got a dragon hunt, moving into its, actually first you're dealing with this strange mangled orc that you found in the wilderness, in the waste, and so that'll be the first thing, is figuring out this orc that wants to make a deal. You might remember. So it's gonna be okay.
But then
that's what my recaps are for.
then again, I would just be thinking once more of the Count of Monte Cristo. Then we slit your throat and we're a bit short-handed. Up we go.
It's going to be good times, and of course you'll also yes, go ahead.
Like Ben Mendelsohn in Rogue One, a Star Wars story, where it's like we just get all the spies together and say, one of you is a traitor to the Empire, and then just go from there. I'm sure that'll work over great.
Yep, that's exactly how it's all going to go over. And you will also get a chance to, if you enjoyed watching Tren navigate through this, you should listen to Tren do the audiobook of another intrigue-filled novel, which is my novel Grey Shade. Intrigue-filled thing, I should say, because Tren's going to be doing that audiobook, and that's funded. So that's actually happening. Yeah, it's true. You won't be able to say the what anymore, because now that it's funded, like it's going to, that's the thing. So it's going to be awesome, and you should check that out. As for these folks, I'll be seeing 3 of them, as we talked about at Gen Con, but we will be back after Gen Con, hopefully for the 2 sessions. We are working that out right now in the green rooms, in the back rooms of Discord. We will figure that out and be able to post it, but at least 1, probably 2 sessions in August, and we'll see what happens as they, there's, depending on how things go, maybe wrap up the last word. We'll see in the next session before we move on to the final part of season 2 of Oracle of War after that. So, but first, we have a couple of weeks to go, Gen Con, and then on like that. And of course, I'll see Trend with Adventures of Middle-earth on Tuesday. So, thank you to my wonderful players tonight. In chat, can we get some love for the amazing Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Jennifer Brozek, and of course, John Helfers. Thank you all for being great, and I will see you folks at Gen Con or online on Tuesday for Adventures of Middle-earth. Bye for now, all.
Everybody.
All right. So there we go. Good stuff. Yeah, what fun. I was really digging it. When they were figuring out the code in particular, I was just like, hell yes. Hell yes. And the fact I also saw trends, a couple of people mentioned this. I think Arudinel talked about this in chat. Excuse me. When Trend just did the, right thing, you could tell that Trend was like, yep, there it is. And Marie nailed it. So that was great. It really, I really enjoy this adventure, and I'm enjoying the campaign and building in aspects and sort of tying things together. And, this stuff turns my crank. I like intrigue stuff like this. I love. So I am very excited to see what happens in our next session as Infinity and Beyond rolls on with, it'll be day 25 of D&D, but we've actually made good progress. I mean, we're there at level 6, right? So day 25. So basically means an average of 4 sessions. So they've leveled about every 4 sessions, which is pretty good actually, for a campaign that's moving us on to eventually getting up to like level 20 or something like that. So, exactly. Trend never metagames. Yeah, it was so cool. I loved it. If you liked what you saw and heard, and if you were like, man, this is really awesome, I want more of D&D, I want more role-playing games in general, where do I get more of that? You're in luck because you were in the right place for that sort of thing. We do a lot of tabletop stuff on this channel, and that's going to continue tomorrow with Sound Clash the Clampdown. I can still say tomorrow, Sound Clash the Clampdown with your GM, Brandon O'Brien. You are definitely going to want to be here for that as that crew continues with Brandon's game, with the Rising Tides game that he has developed and is basically doing an extended play test on our channel. So that's going to be awesome. That is continuing to be awesome. That's happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then on Monday, we have Bag of Giving. Sharang Biswas will be your GM for Brindlewood Bay. So if you want Murder, She Wrote plus Cthulhu, you're in the right spot. You're definitely going to want to have that. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. And then, on Monday night, I beg your pardon. Tuesday, we have Adventures of Middle-earth, as we just talked about, at noon Eastern. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, actually 4:15 p.m. Eastern, over on GogCom's Twitch channel, we will have more of D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And we will continue that campaign as that thing rolls on in the land of Greyhawk. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, we have the premiere of Court of Blades, session 1 of Court of Blades, with our Speculate crew, and I'm very excited for that group, which is going to be all together with Mike Underwood as your GM, so that's going to be happening. And that actually also includes Marie Bilodeau, and it's Marie, it is myself, it is Premi Mohammed and Brandon O'Brien, along with Mike Underwood, as I said, as GM, so that's going to be super cool. That is sponsored by the Drakes, who made the Court of Blades game. And then Saturday, we have the premiere of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks with Kat Rambo, with Johnny Pittman, with Zach Clay, and with Toya Kristen Finley, with yours truly as the game master for that. And I cannot wait. Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks is going to be super, super cool. So you're definitely going to want to see that on Saturday. So like I say, we have a lot of good stuff coming up in a row. Then the first week of August, we've got stuff going on, including, as I mentioned, including Gen Con. I'm going to be streaming at some point from Gen Con, but I don't know how much. And all the way basically from Wednesday, excuse me, from the end of Wednesday the 2nd, I think that's right. Let me double check. Yes, from the end of Tuesday, I beg your pardon, the 2nd. I may or may not do my GOG stream for Tuesday the 2nd. Hold on. And food went down the wrong pipe. All right, let me try that again. Tuesday the 2nd at sometime the normal 4 o'clock thing when I'd be doing Solasta. I may or may not be doing that. I might cancel that stream. I will definitely do my stream, my regular stream that day, but then we might leave after that because we're going to have to get on the road to head out towards Indianapolis to drive over to Gen Con. So that day is going to be up in the air Tuesday the 2nd. Then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, I'm going to be at Gen Con actually all the way through the 8th, Monday. We're going to be coming back starting on Monday. We're going to arrive at home sometime Tuesday afternoon. So basically, all those normal streams, the 29th, the 30th, and Tuesday the 2nd, are a little bit up in the air. If there's a stream that's put together that is not my stream, it's possible that might be something we might do. But a lot of the people who would be doing those streams, people like Brandon, people, other people like Mike, etc., they're going to be at Gen Con also. So that means that we're not going to be able, a lot of the people who would otherwise be streaming may also be on the road or at Gen Con. So that whole week and a half or so is going to be up in the air. After that, I'm going to be home all the way through the end of the summer. My next big thing is going to be going to Worldcon in Chicago, which is going to be over Labor Day weekend. I don't know what my schedule looks like for that. And then hopefully CanCon, we're looking forward to in October. So that's what we've got queued up, but I'm going to be home basically for the rest of the summer once I get back from Gen Con. So you'll have to bear with me basically from the end of Tuesday the 2nd all the way through Tuesday the 9th. So basically one full week is going to be a little bit up in the air because of Gen Con stuff, but then I'll be back and hopefully have a lot to share with all of you with some good stuff, hopefully that is happening at Gen Con as part of the Writers Symposium. But that's still a little bit away. That's a little more than a week away before we do that. Now we're going to be moving on to some Sound Clash, The Clampdown. And it is not super late, so I actually think that we are going to be able to raid someone today. And if you like what you saw and heard today, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will consider checking out the YouTube with !ArvTube, and please sub to me over there. That would be very much appreciated. I hope you will consider checking out the Discord with !ArvCord. My Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvinelleron.com. Hey, what's up, Koal Man? arvinelleron.com. And the financial stuff is !ArvShop for my merchandise area. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. That's right over there. That really does make a difference. So thank you for all those who have been able to support there or by subbing to the channel. Obviously, inspirations definitely helped today. Thank you, Prince Justin, for that. And we have a few sessions left. So remember, you've got Sound Clash. You can use inspirations for that. That's tomorrow. You've got Brindlewood Bay. You could technically use inspirations for that. That's Monday. You've got on Tuesday Adventures of Middle Earth. You can use inspirations for that. You can use inspirations for Ghosts of Saltmarsh. You can use inspirations for Court of Blades or for Expedition of the Mysterious Peaks. So you basically have 6 different things. So that's why I was kind of cracking up when John was like, well, it's the end of the month. I'm like, there's a lot of sessions still to go. So those of you who still have inspirations left, you'll have plenty of chance to use them before we get to the end of July. So yeah, thank you for supporting the Patreon, getting cool stuff for yourself. Same thing with the sub button, which also gives you those cool custom sub badges and emotes. !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, award-winning on both counts. !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And of course, !Greyshade, my newest novel. Extremely proud of this. This is what the Kickstarter was based upon, starting that world, and we have in fact funded and started that world. Going to get a great 5e RPG out of it. Going to get a great 2 books sequels in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic. Going to get a great audiobook out of it, a coin, other stuff down the line. So it's going to be awesome, and you will all be a part of that as we go forward. So that's going to be great. If you, so definitely support that as well. !BLM, Black Lives Matter. It's going to be pretty awesome, Brindlewood Bay, for sure. !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, Ukraine, which is Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. Very important to be able to help these people as they fight back against a devastating and illegitimate war, and do so with bravery, with courage, and with conviction. And we are trying to help in any way we can by stepping up and trying to help them at that link. That is a good place to go. So please consider doing that. Now, with all that said, I know exactly who we're going to raid. We're going to do a raid today. So this is how we do a raid. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is Arv raid. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is Arvan E hype. The Arvanauts have landed, and you've got Arvan E hype. You've got Arvan E roar. You've got Arvan E whoa. Arveni woe, you've got Arveni smug, etc., etc., Arveni blown. You've got all the Arveni, what? Arveni, what? What the heck? Isn't that the one? Arveni blown? Arveni woe? Arveni, I don't remember what that other one was. Arveni boom? Oh, that's it. Arveni Boom. I was like, isn't it blown? No, Arveni Boom. So we've got that too. So any of those can be brought on because that would be awesome. No, I did. I just had the emote, the tag wrong. So that'll be great. Otherwise, I'm going to see you folks for Sunday with Sound Clash. Next week, by the way, I'm also going to be writing the D&D adventure, which I'm going to be running the week following at Gen Con. So I'm going to be writing aspects of it, which will hopefully be the beginning of something which last time I did this, it ended up being published as Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. So we'll see if something else like that is going to happen down the line. We will find out. But that's going to be it for me for right now. I hope you folks enjoyed it. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Garlic Tofu, Rock God, and Triffity Mats. The best to all of you lovely people. I really appreciate it. The best mods in the business. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers and Patreon supporters, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Garlic Tofu, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Wispy Song, Kooky Canuck, Prince Justin, and Trending. Good to see all of you lovely people, as well as my viewers, Zero Super, 420, Alexis the Nexus, Alcidra, Odyssia, Big Boss, Crit Twitch, Dark Steel, Gone Eden, guy with a really long username, Horns Fan, JP Notch, Koala Man, Light and Passion, Marie Bilodeau, of course, Mr. Canfida Boy, Mrs. Dunsel, Nonstop, Optic Nerve, what's up, Optic, Radio Johnny Panda, Shroumps, Sophia Fox, and Timaeus. Thank you all so much for being here and being awesome. And thank you especially to my players, to Tren, to Marie, to Jen, and to John, the Infinity and Beyond crew, for being amazing as we continue to have a great time with Eberron. That's it for me. Please stick around for the raid, and I will see you folks Sunday right around 7 p.m. Eastern for Sound Clash The Clampdown. Until then, as I always say, stick around for the raid, and everyone be good to each other. And have a good night. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. and everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey and saved salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.